TV commercials like that one exploiting the plight of women in danger, those ads have been saturating television for the past 2 years. And the summer and fall of 1980 are the worst yet. They signify a disturbing new trend at the movie box office, one we'll be discussing on this special edition of Sneak Previews.
A lot of moviegoers, adults and teenagers, both go to see these R-rated films and they assume, well, they're just going to see a bunch of routine, scary pictures. But oftentimes, they're really shocked how awful these films are.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Attention Walmart shoppers. President Obama, your rims are ready at the Tire Center. I repeat, your rims are ready at the Tire Center. Thank you.
Volume all the way up.
Boner. Fuck you! Cocksucker. Fuck you! Fuck you, motherfucker! Cocksucker.
Is there like a CD in one of them or something?
Oh, fuck!
I'm trying to find out.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, I should find out which one it is. Turn them all.
Boner.
Is there a tape? No, these are all CD players. Okay, well, is there a CD? I'm trying to find out. Are you a jack? You see the gun? I guess so. It's not. One audience. Wasn't fingerprinted. Yeah. Now my fingerprints are on it. No fingerprinted now.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer.
Night Hacks.
But now, yeah.
Sorry I started
I'm
so late.
thinking
I
I'm
wanted
back.
to start earlier, but well, you know, today is actually supposed to be my day off, but I ended up working because they put me on the schedule this week. Don't know why. You know, whatever.
Man making his way through the
So
galaxy.
yeah, that's my bad.
Like my father before me.
Otherwise,
Your
I
clones are
definitely
very
would have started
impressive. You must be very
way early.
proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, leave a face down, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front and back over train tracks, on yak and herb, niggas swerve, getting on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, roll my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. Broke then you a failure, stack your money up like
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
How the fuck? Dadzy Pizza, I could do it after Shit Shucks or Shit Shucks, sorry. Sit Shucks. Thanks for the congrats. As a reward, I'll ruin your name. How are you? I'm fine, thanks.
Ha ha ha! The one time it worked. Oh my god.
Did you ever catch Boa?
Yeah.
just wanted, you know, to say thanks.
Call me.
Wow.
Listen, you wouldn't happen to have another one of them electronic gizmos?
It comes in a box. Has to be put together.
Why are you doing what? Don't fucking Why are you doing what?
How do I check the food?
Glitzy just subscribed for 2 months.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
you found. I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck.
You just keep doing
In the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Floor tap just redeemed. You sure about that?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Commandos! Get the commandos! Take the mafia! Super kicker! What's happening? Around!
There's a bear driving a golf cart.
Doing a good job, too.
Put that tail down. That's gross.
Can I just say that I'm really sorry? I got my priorities completely out of order, and
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Bitch. Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god, the TTS Warriors are back at it.
Resident Emil guy.
I have.
He's like totally obsessed with Ford trucks. Jamie, pull up a clip. Yeah, there he is. Naked and covered in WD-40 with little propellers on his nipples. It's almost like he works for Boeing. Let's go, Necro. G.
Do you work for Boeing, Resident Emil? Fun fact, my dad used to work for Boeing. My dad was a machinist for Boeing. We have Brandonia in the house. Check him out.
Oh man, it doesn't have music. It's all quiet. That's weird. Ah, the chicken still farts and burps. That's good.
There you go. Maybe we'll be able to see all of her chat now. I haven't been able to see her like fully the whole time.
The baby says,
I want the milk.
I like what you got. Good job. The snow.
Hi-ho! This is Kermit the Frog, and I'm... Hi-ho! This is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
Take a look at this, sir.
Hmm? Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Carl Hungus.
Alright, back to this shit. Oh man. Oh, you didn't see it yesterday, Stonk? It is a good game though. Like, I don't know if you saw it, but it's a good game, but it's tough. It got tougher the longer I played it. I was like, oh shit. Started off so easy and now it's like you gotta really plan what you're doing. More Grinch, hell yeah. How do I get up there? That's gonna be weird. Damn. So the puzzle part is gonna be a big factor in this. I'm already lost on this level. Well, unless I can squeeze in up there. That's probably it. I gotta go over here. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Gotta love hitting people with snowballs. Right in the face. Oh shit. Oh gosh, he wakes up so fast. Damn. Yeah, there's the difficult part. Oh shit. Oh, get away. What is this? Oh shit, a second floor. Damn. Oh my god, there's a lot of floors it looks like. Damn. Oh no 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 no, hide shit. Damn. Stealth Grinch, yeah. Somebody was telling me this is made by whoever made Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy Color. It's the same team, so they fucking use their skills to create this. Metal Grinch Solid, somebody said. Yeah, that has to be the perfect name right there. Should've went with that. Oh man. Holy shit, there's so much to this level. Oof. Damn it. Oh, and that's it. All my lives gone. So the last level, I was stuck on that shit for like 2-3 hours. That's how tough it's getting. And this is barely 3-4. Oh shit, oh shit. Found me. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Oh. Shit. I guess that guy alerts the cop. Damn it. Another thing to think about. There's like a lot of depth to this game. It's not the simple little kids game it appears to be. Came up with the Metal Grinch Solid, and Jarrett came in and also came up with great minds. Man, there's so many ways to go. I don't know what's the best. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Damn. That lady alerted her. Shit, might as well start over. The Grinch's face in the top right when you get caught is pretty great, yeah. Yeah, and you could play as his dog, Max, and he's got a hilarious face too when he gets scared. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, should get these while I'm at it. Oh, I thought that guy would see me. Hey, Necro. Game's not too bad. We'll totally badges. Oh, so you already started playing it? That's cool. Yeah, it's a good game. I don't know what you need to badge it, but hopefully I can do that. Oh shit, they bumped into each other. Cool. And you have a time limit too? Yeah, you gotta worry about time.
He's in danger. We must Cuddy. Why is
Well,
it
thanks
like
for doing
this?
that. Shout out.
Is this a
Just
bad
beat it?
rip?
Oh,
Maybe it's
okay,
a
you
bad
just beat
rip
it.
or something. And let's wake. Let's wake together. Let's wake
Video
together.
spreading
Let's
the
wake together,
all
yo.
Christmas
Oh my
game
god.
redeems.
Oh my god. And eat these villains away. We're gonna wake together.
Super easy set. Just beat it. Oh shit. Oh shit, get the fuck out of here. Damn. Alright. Oh my god, there's more up here? Shit. Yeah, okay, and down there. Holy shit, man. Gets complicated. Shit. Goddamn. $29 to go. Shit. Oh shit, no! Oh, fuck. Alright. Oh, come on, you little fucker. Just blow cocaine in that kid's face. Yeah. There's no other way to do it. How else are you gonna knock out a kid? Oh, he does turn. Okay. Kind of losing track of where to go. Shit. Five more. Empty, okay. Next floor. Wait, did I get this one? Shit. I don't remember if I got that one grate, whatever. Yeah, I think I did. Oh shit, I ran out of snowballs. You just you got this one. I wanna make sure I got some snowballs to hit these people with. Oh, yeah, that one's done. Okay. And up here. Alright, that's all of them. Oh shit, they hit each other. Oh man. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fucking hell. Yeah, so close. It just feels so unpredictable when they run. Oh, wrong. Shit. Nah, I think I just should run it as soon as they knock his ass down. There we go. Now the Grinch can laugh in their faces. How many more levels? Oh, thanks. 3-5. So how far do they go up? Would 3-5 be the last one? Oh, I thought I could squeeze in. Oh shit, 2 cops. Damn, cops everywhere. Oh, that's not a cop, that's a lady. Thought that was the blue cop. Oh shit, no! Ah, ran out of snowballs. Shit. Hey PP, this game should really have bosses. Yeah, that would be cool. Whoa. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, I don't want to go down there. Uh-oh, no. What the hell is this? Oh, just a snow room? Huh, alright. Boom. And that's the end of this place. We got good in this game though. Yeah. I think way better than when I started. That's for sure. Oh shit. Totally missed on that. Oh shit, damn. The guy stopped me. Oh, no. Shit. Oh shit. I was wondering if I could stop it. Ah, damn. Timing was off. Oh, that was my last one? Shit. That sucks. He shot the other guy. Oh no. Oh shit. Damn it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit. Damn, okay. Nope. Oh fuck. Oh man. Gonna start over. Should do those first. Oh, damn. Turns around. Ooh, oh. Oh shoot. Oh man. So weird. Damn, kid, get the hell out of here. Oh, fucking. Why did they stop right there? Shit. These unpredictable fucking Who people. No wonder the Grinch hates them. They're a bunch of maniacs. Shit, nope. Oh my god, that guy moves too much. What? Oh shit. Fucking crazy ass. Oh, that was the last one? Oh shit. Thought there was still more to go. Alright. So now, am I in 4-1? Or what? Oh, story time. Hello. Anyone here? Oh shit, that's fucking creepy. Look at that. Fucking Grinch. Stuck to the ceiling. Hello. Arg, Cindy screams. Arg, the Grinch screams. Arg, Cindy screams louder. The Grinch drops to the floor. You're the Grinch. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? Oh no, what the fuck? What is this? Why am I collecting eggs? Oh man, this is weird. They changed the script on me. They flipped the script. Man, they couldn't just continue making it a puzzle game. I mean, like what it was. Now it's a driving puzzle game. Gotta get used to this bullshit now. Throwing eggs and everything. Oh my god, shit. Nope. Oh, fuck. Damn. Weird driving with this. Oh shit. This little car has actual momentum and everything. You just can't stop moving or else you'll totally stop. You gotta play fast and loose, like a psycho. Fuck, get out of here, purple car. Oh man. Oh shit. Damn it. Seventeen more to go. That's the pussy mobile. Holy shit. Oh, that's back here. Damn. Oh shit. Fuck. Yeah, these are gonna be tough to get used to. There's no way that runs on on gas. Wonder what it runs on. Sounds like an electric car. Whoops. Oh shit. Damn. Sucks the eggs don't come back. nice. The Grinch wouldn't ride an electric car though, he's not gay. Hey Brady, welcome in. Oh shit. God damn. $11 more, okay. Damn, I don't know where the rest are. I'm doing good, Brady. How are you? When you said you were driving, I didn't think you meant this. Yeah, they switched us to little, I don't know, snowmobiles or something. Go-karts on snow. Okay, here we go. 6 more. Really sucks driving these things too. Oh shit. Oh, that was all of them. Thank God. Ooh. Never been better? Oh, that's good to hear, Brady. I know you're having a bad couple of days. But good to hear you're feeling better.
Go. I will set them free myself.
Lita has no
It's a crazy character in the back. Pretty scary.
I don't believe my eyes. Is this really happening?
Gooners Godzilla. Damn. My character has magical powers. Did WWE turn into like Mortal Kombat now? Taking a break from Discord, just wanna. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what's helping you.
The fate of the universe will be decided as it should
Mortal Kombat.
Immortal Kombat.
Bum, bum, bum. Sending Brady positive vibrations for the last few days. Think it worked. Yep. Thanks for doing that. Uh-oh, what? Can't fit in there? What the? Holy shit. Driving like crazy. Did I get all of them here? Oh shit. Okay. Ooh, man. Yeah. Oh man, there's no avoiding that. Holy crap. Shit. Oh man. And that was my last life. It's the Grinch, yes. It's a pretty cool game, those. It's the Grinch, it's Metal Gear Solid, it's everything. Welcome, put hands in the air. Like they did when Goku needed everyone's power. Oh yeah, to make the spirit bomb. I remember that. Shout out those. You graduated to throwing yellow snow.
I didn't expect that. Oh, there's another. That one got me. Uh-oh. This is bad.
You know bloody good to me dead, damn it.
Zombie game.
Really? I had half the fucking health bar.
Oh, the ads are on. Extremely grateful, but now giving all those positive vibes right back to you. Everyone, positive vibes everywhere. Oh, fucking controls. Oh, it is yellow snow, isn't it? It looks like an egg at first, but then when you throw it, it's straight up just yellow snow. Sounds like a Grinch thing to do. Damn, it's freaking tough squeezing into these stupid spots. Ah, shit. Oh man. What the fuck? I hit her with the snow. What the? Oh man, they ripped me off with that. Gamola. Shit. Goddamn. Very on brand for the Grinch. Thank you, baby. We'll use the power for good. Shit. Oh man, no more snow. Get out of there, yellow car. Holy shit, where else can I go? Damn. Fuck. Oh shit, here we go. Get out of there, you fuck. Oh, you know what? I could just go straight down. Fuck all this. There we go. Hell yeah. Thank you, baby. Brady, sorry that was spell check. Knew that you meant what you meant. PP, guess you're gay now? Thank you, spell check. That's how it happens. Oh, hey, Spice Boy, welcome in. Yep. It's all... Everyone turns gay because of mistaken spelling. That's how it happens. Glitzy.
You know what? Let's see if my horse will jump this. Let's do it, horse.
True
Let's
story.
do it. Oh no. Alright, fine. Alright, how about this one? Yeah, alright, now. Fuck. Oh fuck, now we're stuck.
Going pretty good.
Horse, come on, man. Oh.
Doing pretty good in this game.
Oh good, he's still alive. We did it. Poor horse.
Yeah, everyone knows all gay people are bad at spelling, so mystery solved. Having a snack. Oh no, shit. Uh-oh. Damn, look at these freaking kids. Everybody wants to kill the Grinch. Oh, fuck. Leave the Grinch alone. He didn't hurt nobody. Oh, damn it. Getting worse. What kind of snack? What kind of beer? How did the kids get tired driving? Oh yeah, right. That makes no sense. Oh, all this pushing the pedal down. So tiring.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
You're having a PBR snack? Fuck. Damn. Okay. Gotta get better at this driving shit. Oh my god, nope. Shit. God damn. Oh shit, they hit each other. Okay. Get out of here. Oh no. Thought she was gonna bump into the other. Oh shit, I could go in here. There we go. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Little half a sandwich and a tangerine. Swipe sandwich. Tangerine, eh? Oh my god, what the hell? So easy to slip up. shit. Oh, Barf is here. That's the Barf signal. Time for a duck dance, everybody.
But new friends I have found, I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around.
Driving home tunes. Leftover from previous snack. Oh, you're half a sandwich.
Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance.
Everyone redeemed doing a duck, right? Meow. Just driving home. No chat. Drive home. Everyone is good.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
It is on extreme.
Oh, Bionic Commando.
Going Commando.
I haven't played that.
I thought the boss had a checkpoint, though, at least.
I like what you got. Good job.
Trying to save points, Brady. Think Baby Huey ever has shit stain on his diapers? I think that's all he has in his diapers. Including huge amounts of shit. Haven't seen that version of Bionic Commando.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah. You dead, man. You know the black actor from Baby Huey Dance was like, that was the gayest, whitest shit ever did for $500. Yeah, that looks like an awesome Bionic Commando reboot or whatever. I haven't really played it though. I heard it was kind of good. Wait, he dies? Oh yeah, Baby Huey dies in that. That was the Barf director's cut. He made that. Had a weird ass dream last night. Dreamt that showed your ass cheeks. Oh, yeah, that died right away, Brady. That was Sunday. Everyone keeps trying to use it. Well, was it Sunday? I don't know. I already forgot, but it died pretty quickly. Even when I raised the price up to 2,000. Now you're gonna save your points. Yeah, poor Mike Tyson. He dead. Damn, 14 to go. Okay. Everyone breaking TTS. Yeah, but you can always use TTS Monster to make whoever is listed there say anything.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit!
Like, let's
Pabst
take
Blue
what Brady
Ribbon!
wanted and make Eminem say this.
I had a weird-ass dream last night. I
Oh, I
dreamt
spelled
that
it
you
wrong.
showed your ass cheeks on Netflix. And then I woke up and realized that it wasn't a dream.
Whoops. I spelled Eminem. Whoopsie doodle. Let's see, is that right? Yeah.
I had a weirdest dream last night. I dreamed that you showed you his cheeks on Netflix, and then I woke up and realized that it wasn't a dream.
You showed your is cheeks. Did that too fast. Your S cheeks. Ten more. Oh, I should get some of those eggs. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh yeah, get all of them. And where to go now? Up. Oh shit, there's two houses. Oh damn, one full of eggs.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh fucking hell. Jesus. No. Ah, you piece of crap. Damn. Now that sounded better. Yeah, that was Eminem, not that Discovery Channel guy. Oh, was there a redeem? Shit, the critter clip didn't show up. Okay. I didn't hear that at all. Did it come out? Little critter clip.
Baby, I'm drink.
Yeah. What? Where's Macca's? I think he was here for a second. I don't know.
Wednesday! Huh? No!
Oh, hey. Upside down, Matt. Welcome in. Stone Cold ET should go to Stone Cold's. Take off the mask.
Oh, and they found Bibble Black. As soon as I saw that animated
There's
sequence,
Matt.
I just went.
Art stream.
Just went like that.
Art streaming it. Oh, gotta get this out. Okay. There we go. Oh, starting over.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie. Enter you.
Oh, I did lower the volume because of the duck dance. That's probably why I missed it.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I got some more Stone Cold ET, I guess. Shit, Matt's getting done. Really going to practice to draw. Throwing them in the eye holes. That's not Stone Cold. He has hair. Imposter. Yeah, I think he might not be the real Stone Cold. Call me crazy, but I don't think that's the real Stone Cold.
What?
Give me a hell yeah! Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
What? What?
Give me a hell
What?
yeah!
I said, give me a hell yeah! Give me a hell yeah! Give me a hell yeah! I said, give me a hell yeah! I said, give me a hell yeah!
Hey, Yosh.
What? Give me a hell yeah! What? I said, give me a hell yeah! What?
What? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yosh.
Okay, Matt. Have a good night, man. Would she come out like that? Oh, why? Oh, this game's gonna be like that? Okay, game. Okay, game. Oh, that scared the shit out of me.
Yosh. Got scared. Got scared, man. No shirt. He's got no shirt. They should kick him out. Call the cops. Just spend the rest of the stream just watching these videos.
My neck, my back, like my pussy and my crack.
My neck, my bat, lick my pussy and my crack.
That's not the first time SpongeBob has said that. That was too accurate. Oh no. Damn it. No time to run away. Starting over. There's 60 presents. Damn. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, fuck.
And that's the bottom line, because Grunk316 said so. Give me a hell yeah. What?
Damn it. Oh shit. Shit. Whoa.
Oh, I love the way Larry the Lobster just rips my tight squid bussy to shreds, and then I'm souping his veiny lobster like gog 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 yabba dabba glug 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 glug.
Oh, Merity Dills, Baya, Candias, Orel Holmes, Ventricularas.
What the fuck? That sounded weird. That pronunciation? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Damn.
Oh, I love the way Larry the Lobster just rips my tight squid bussy to stretches, and then I'm slooping his veiny lobster like gold yabba dabba glug 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 glug.
Oh, I missed it.
My name is Eminem, I like to rap, I'm a good rapper, I go wiggity smack, waggle, 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 waggle.
That's some good rapping. Oh man, fuck. Ugh. Bars. That was Eminem, yeah. Shredges. Oh man, gotta get back in there. Finish this. Damn, what the fuck? Where are you going? Shit. Oh, damn, that was everything? Yeah. Alright. My name is Eminem, like to rap. I'm a good rapper, and I go wiggity smack, waggle 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 waggle. Let's make Kanye sing that, so see what he sounds like. Wagga wagga wagga.
Spread projecting such in Atlanta about killing my daughter's mama here, and you're too stupid, you never knew it. Blah blah blah, you still play my music, glad I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, and releasing a good and bum that film in him show ain't one.
My niggas mine, I like to rap, I'm a good rapper. When I go wiggity smack, waggle, 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 waggle.
Oh no. No more TTS. Ran out right away, those. 40. Beep beep. Oh shit. Oh my god, you fuck. Oh shit, did I ran. Oh man. Thought I still had a bunch of those yellow snowballs. Son of a bitch.
I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We hit the crap in the same creeper in the middle of the rum, and I just told myself I can't do this for 7.5 years. I wanted to kill myself.
Oh man, thank God. Ooh. The TTS rip. Yeah, those the Tangia ones are rip. Glad they have some decent gameplay variety in this. Yeah, Grinch, Max, and Grinch in the car. Yeah, it's cool they mixed it up. I really wasn't expecting this. Driving a little car. Oh shit. Kind of like these too, because they can go by pretty fast. You just don't make a mistake. Oh shit, like that. Did that not come out? Squidward. Oh, you didn't do the redeem. Okay, that's what's missing. Oh shit.
Plan 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 plack.
Oh man, shit.
Plan 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 plan.
What? Oh, that's such bullshit. Second time I messed with one of those. Oh man, the game's so loud. I can barely hear it. That's same goofy stealth
Cheeseburger
dog
Cats just redeemed.
Yeah, the
Choose a
Grinch.
short YouTube video.
Yeah, the Grinch now, but what was that? This? Yeah, it's the same game, but when you saw the dog, that was his dog Max. Yeah, you switch between Grinch, Max, and now Grinch on a little go-kart. So it's pretty cool. They mix it up. Shit, now I can't hear this. Gross. Is it? Is it though? Sure about that? Oh fuck. Mayonnaise? The hell? Say what? Mayonnaise on top of your jello and applesauce? I don't know about that. Who makes that shit? Who does that? Meth heads. Yeah, just combining random shit in their house. Wait, how do you get in there? What the fuck? Oh shit, okay. Oh, fucking hell. Damn, man. Shit. Oof, man, come on. Oh man. Oh. Holy shit. Alright, 9 more. No, you motherfucker. Holy shit. Oh, god damn you, mother. Shit. Oh no. Oh, this is fucking frustrating. Oh shit, now Macus is here. There's Macus. You were here earlier, right, Macus? Or was that my imagination? Oh, you were asleep? Okay. Oh no, what is this clip? No sound clip? The confetti clip? But no. That's when you had your mic turned off? So we couldn't even hear it. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? He caught up. Fuck that. Gonna waste all the lives. Shit. Damn. Fuck. They recover quick. No. Fucking hell. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Oh, she took that route, really? This sucked. Happy to hear that. Well too, never felt this good. Alright, come on. Do 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 do. Shit, so close. Whoa. Aw, fuck, man. The hit detection. God damn. Does not give you a break. Shit. Oh man. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh, there's a middle. Okay, shit. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's the last one too. Damn. 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 These fuckers. Ooh, man. Oh, man. Man, it's everywhere you go, it's kind of tricky. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Took a risk. Fucked up. Shit. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Okay. Oh, fuck, no egg. Egg. That stupid clip. Oh, fuck. Damn. Oof. Oh, what the... Man, they recover so fast. Oh yeah, that's a shitty site to be on. Fuck that.
To Isengard! Now taking the hobbits to Isengard! God!
Super Joe? Hey, thanks for the follow. How's the game?
Super underscore Joe underscore is
it's
underscore
fun,
safe
but
underscore
it's
20
tough.
has joined the fellowship.
I think I'm close to the end. I don't know for sure though. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Super Joe. Yeah, it's 4-5. Every world or whatever the hell has 5. So this is the last one from World 4. But yeah, it's pretty pretty tough, man. For a kid's game, this is super tough. Alright. Oh shit, 12 more. Eight more? Is that all of them down here? Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's all of them. Shit. Okay. Shit, no. I didn't feel good about that position there. Fuck that. You're welcome, sir. Huge retro fan here. It's a fantastic name. Yeah, everybody likes McDonald's name. Appreciate the humor. Yep, do a lot of retro. Mix it up occasionally too. Like Marvel Rivals. Which everybody's playing, I guess. Oh, hell yeah, got it. There we go. Grinch looks like a Labrador? He does? Alright, was that everything? Grinch's car comes over a hill and gets airborne. Yeah, I Grinched ya. Seen a ton of Indiana Jones being played the last 2 days. Oh, the new Indiana Jones? I think there was a new one, right? I'm not even sure. Seen somebody play an old ass Indiana Jones game for the PC. Labrador is dog shit? What? Cheech and Chong. Okay, the new ones? Yeah, Circle of... I don't know what the hell it was, but yeah. Circle of something. You hate the new Twitch layout? Oh, did they change it again? Welcome in, Daniel, by the way. But you like Omega Mac? Woo! Shout out, Daniel. Look at anyone's stream. Oh, so it did change? I haven't even checked that out, if it has. All your streamer info is above you now. Oh, fuck. Well, that's what everybody was talking about earlier. Maybe I didn't update it yet. Let me see. I'll check one out right now. Oh, did the clip not come out? Where's Daniel's clip? Daniel's clip broke the shoutouts. Try again. Broke it with your dick? Apparently. There we go. Oh, playing 3D Zelda.
Holy shit, awesome. I got a Triforce!
Good clip. Okay. I'm gonna look at the new layout. Oh, maybe I didn't get the update because it still looks the same. On my phone, anyways. I don't know. Is it different on your computer or something? You know what? I should just do a save state here too. Just message you on Discord. Oh. Okay, show a picture of it. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I see some. Oh shit, that's what it looks like. Yeah, what the hell? That's fucking weird. Yeah. Why the fuck are they even doing that? Who the fuck wanted that? What a bunch of fucking bullshit. Goddamn Twitch fixing shit that didn't need fixing. Yeah, it looks like ass. Poopy. Yeah, what a bunch of dumbasses. Like, that's what they focus on? Fixing shit that nobody even asked for? Making it worse? Oh, damn, we're back to the dog now. Back to the all-powerful dog. Exactly. Let's take away 20 features, but this is what we need, baby. Yeah. And let's jack up the prices to sub. Making all the wrong moves. Oh, duck in there. Oh, this is nothing. Oh no, fuck. Oh yeah. Well, when they catch me running, you can see the dog's face up there. Stonk, if you're here, check that out. Look at that dog's face. Oh no, fuck. Get tired, dog. Oh, damn it. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, I gotta do that more. Jumping. Hell yeah. Nope. Oh, damn it. Poor Max. What's the first thing you... Two? What is that? I don't know what that little emote is. What are you showing us, Godzilla? That's pretty cool. Oh no, fuck. Yeah. Damn. Oh man, what the weird way to slide. Oh, you can't cross the ice. Five more, alright. Hell yeah. Looks like the missions got easier, giving me a break. Some kind of break here. 5-2, moving along. Oh fuck. Oh. Shit. What? Oh man, the ice just throws you wherever the hell. Oh no. Hold on, let me do a lurk for some people. Who's on? Gaster's on, Dave is on. many people around. And silence. Gotta do something about that sudden silence. Oh, get out of there. Nope. Yeah. Oh, shit. Forgot he can't cross the ice. Okay, dogs. The hell? Come on. Oh, what? You can't see me over here? Uh-oh, now how do I get over there? What the hell? Oh shit, no. Jake, get out of there. Oh, what? Oh shit. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Damn, did not think of that. Alright, you two, get the hell out of there. More. Oh shit, no, you fucking. Ah, you asshole. Damn. There we go. Oh, what the was this a? Oh, it's a cave. I think. Let's see. Did you hear the news? No. What news? What's going on today, Mechas? What's the Mechas news? You're going to get Fritos? Oh shit, that's headline news. Whoa. Stop the press. Oh no, god damn it. I press left and he goes up. No. Damn it. $16 to go. $11. Oh, I gotta go over there. Shit. Oops. Oh, wait, what? Did I get the ones in the house? Oh no, still some to go in here. Move it. Oh shit. Oh man. 3 more. No. Come on, fuck. Oh man, please. Safe. Check Hobbiton. Okay. What do you got? Something messed up? This better not be porno. The Mechas put the scared dog face. Godilla, you put up Arthur. What's going on here? Is that it? Just a picture of Arthur? Okay. Good picture of Arthur there. Three more. Alright, those are the 3. Oh no, fuck. Oh shit. Oh, sneak. Oh, thank God. Finish that. Good boy, Max. Five, 3. Oh, hey, Umbra. Welcome in. How's it going? Damn it. Your wee wee goes boing boing boing. Chillin'. That's cool. We're all chillin'. No. Oh. Oh, that was the last life. Okay. How do you have a founder's badge, but others don't? Oh, I don't know. It's weird how they do that. I don't know how they decide that at all. What does it even mean? I don't know that either. Oh no. Tried some risky moves. Damn it. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Damn. Damn, total chaos. I know Macas and Tap, B-Habs. That makes sense, because they were some of the first subscribers. So that's what I thought it meant, to be one of the first people. But if it's like anybody much later, I don't get it. Uh-oh. What the? Oh man, go down, what the hell? Aw, that's stupid. Do you know how you get a founder's badge, Macas? How does that work? Maybe the... Nah, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say the first year. But then there's a... Everyone should be a founder at that point. First year after getting affiliate. Bird, you're one of the first subscribers when you first got... Yeah. So it makes sense with you, but then people that subscribed like way later also get it. Fuckers. Come on, doggies. Oh shit. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Not sure where else to go now. Oh, here we go. Oh, bastard. There's only so many badges, you remember? Yeah, there's a bunch. Oh, hey Anna. Welcome in. How are you today? Are you enjoying Christmas? Christmas month? This is the second day of Grinchmas. Over here. Playing non-stop Grinch games. Godilla, you don't understand feet fetishes? Me neither. Alright, got all those. $14 more. Wait, how do you... Oh, damn it. That's not gonna work. You kept getting distracted at work, so I'll have to really get stuff done tomorrow. 8 days like that. Oh man, they're still pushing you like that. I remember last time that your boss that you went on vacation or something, and then everybody was relaxing because they decided that when you came back that you were gonna take care of everything, which that's insane. Oh shit, 1 2 3 4 5 10 right here. And 4 here. Okay, that's it. Oh shit, no. Oh, okay. Damn, I was wondering how do you squeeze in there. You only like Willow Ptarmigan, dinosaur feet? Peter Gross, hands are nice. Has been your service announcement before you take a shower. Okay, visual. Not like that anymore, thank God. No, it was just you distracting yourself from work today, so didn't get a. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's alright. Everyone should take some time off their busy work schedule. You don't wanna have that annoying pressure all day long. Alright. Oh no, I can't go back here. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I gotta go around. Yeah, I might need that time. Alright. Look at Hobbiton again. What? Oh, what the hell? What are you doing in Hobbiton now? Another random picture? Don't go left, shit gets weird to the left. Visual telling that to Macus.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my Grimly gun on me right now,
And Godilla. Oh, the dinosaur fuzzy feet. That's a good dinosaur foot pick. That's not dinosaur feet? It's not? Looks like a raptor foot. I don't know. It's very dinosaur looking. And that's this level. Hey, Jarrett. Did you miss something? Oh, Dino Feet in Hobbiton in the Discord. Godilla says it's not dinosaur feet. 5-4. Moving along. Hey, Necro. Slamming and banging. Banging and slamming. Oh, I was waiting for that clip. Like, what? Is it kind of quiet?
That goes in your like
Oh,
OBS
right.
or whatever.
Level 54. Oh, shit. Oh, GG's, thanks. Yeah, making some progress. Oh my god. Murdered instantly. Holy shit. That was fast. Yes, scene 54. Damn, yeah, they're just out to get you. Shit. Right away when you enter. Fuck. These dogs are crazy. Oh shit, no, no, fuck, don't come after me. Oh, fuck. Damn. Holy shit. Oh no, ice, yeah. It sucks. You know, ice in a video game means trouble. It's gonna suck. Oh my god, where am I going? No! Ah. Damn, I don't know what to do there. Shit. This is gonna be tough. Always they're like Max can't drive the vehicles. To make it comparable, give him ice stages. Yeah, this is pretty tough for the dog. Even with his awesome powers to knock everybody down. Oh no, oh no, fuck. Okay. Oh damn. Holy crap, where? What? Damn. Oh, okay, there we go. Saw this Mega Man thing at a new comic book store. He went to today and almost took a pic. Aw man. You missed out on taking a pic, right? Ooh, I see the ice makes you go certain ways. Yeah, it's kind of confusing. I don't know exactly where it's gonna throw me. Okay, so if I go into this, it sends me down. Alright. That's like just a guessing game or something. Oh, look at that. That one sends me up. Whoa. Okay, how did I do this? Oh, right here. And this way. Oh shit, what the fuck? Ah. I was on the ice. Somehow not slipping at all. Oh no, that's fucking weird. Jesus. Wait, what? You live in Roanoke, Virginia, and today you went to the Hotel Roanoke. They hold a contest every year where local business and organizations near Roanoke enter decorated Christmas trees in a competition for the public to vote for the winner, so people can walk around the hotel looking at the Christmas trees. So that is what you did today. That sounds like fun. How'd you like that? Did you? Pretty fun day. Oh no! Terrible choice there. Shit. Damn it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't really do much like celebrating the holiday. Put up some decorations, that's about it. Play Grinch games. It was fun seeing a lot of pretty Christmas tree decorations. Yep, sounds pretty cool. Aw, get out of here, that dog acts differently. Damn. Wait, could I sneak in here? Okay. Ooh, man. Oh no. No! Jump. God damn it. Oh, crap. Oh, that worked. Okay, good. Alright, excellent. Oh, shit. Fuck that up. Oh, thought he was gonna keep running. Shit. Damn, 18. Okay. Oh, there's an ad. Oh, there was an ad break. Okay. Okay. Damn. Oh my god, he was so fast. God damn dogs. Eight more. Oh no, no, oh. No. Man, they just give you so many to get, so many presents. Kinda exhausting. God damn it. Hey, what the fuck? Oh shit, you can't go that way. Damn. The ice only works in one direction. It's freaking weird. Whoa. What? Oh man. God damn. Can't stick your head out of a little cave or your butt. Really? These stages would make you quit? Man, I think some of the earlier Grinch stages were really testing me. The ones on the little cart driving, those were kind of tough, but after a while you kind of get used to just doing them. Driving like a maniac and collecting everything pretty quick. Oh no, what? Jesus Christ. No. Okay, Jesus, man. Holy shit. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh no. Damn. Well, that was lucky. Yeah. I see what you mean though. This could drive you pretty crazy. Pro skills, yeah. Came out of nowhere. Oh shit, right next to him. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, damn. So, I feel like I wish there was a map or something. Damn it. Okay, now I could go down here. 14 more. Oh, should not jump. Don't do the jump. Nothing else here, right? No. Three seconds. You went to the doctor today, found out you have a sinus infection, maybe strep, but she didn't test you for it. Yay, antibiotics or antibiotics. Strep throat. Is that like worse than a sore throat? Or is that the same thing? Reminds you of your first girlfriend getting pink eye? Yeah, real similar. Oh no. Oh, I did that last time. Damn. So where are the last 10 of them? Oh, they gotta be up there. Okay. Nope, nope. Oh. Oh. Why? Strep is supposed to be really painful, but never had it. Oh, you never had it? So way worse, more painful than a simple sore throat. Sounds like it. I'm gonna do that part first, since I'm not familiar with it. Screw it. Hey, what the fuck? That dog did some new moves. He wasn't supposed to come back. I think the blue dogs are like smarter. They act a little differently. If you ever date a man again, you'll keep that in mind. About the... Wait. Oh. Because Godilla said eyes are connected to your sinuses. Don't nut in them? What the hell? Yeah, that's how you get pink eye. Bow, bow, bow. Beck had some dinner. Oh, what'd you have, Umbra? What'd you cook up? Oh shit, there's a bunch over here. I did. Oh, I got these before actually. Nope. Oh my god. Oh man, no. Holy crap. I gotta do it over. Lost all those lives. Hope dinner was good. Family made some meat and cooked the potatoes in a broth with carrots. Really good. Yeah, it sounds like pretty much what I eat all the time, except throw some rice in there. Rice, meat, potatoes. go wrong with that? Oh shit, oh, I forgot about that stupid thing. Freaking ice rule. Ice rule number 1. Almost like a stew, sounds like. Yeah, I would call that a stew, right? That's basically what it is. Damn, I don't like going from that top side, doesn't seem right. Oh shit. Oh, I did this, right? There you go. A stew or a do? A do? This double stack taco makes you horny. Oh, you're still getting Taco Bell every day? JK was lurking what what you guys were talking about. Oh wait, how did that one see me? What the fuck? Oh man, that's bullshit. Those blue dogs are super powered. Oh no, don't send me shit. Bam. Wait, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Not even. Can't focus. Fucking up. Okay, easiest way is like this. You shouldn't eat that double stack near kids. Body hates meat. So Taco Bell is not meat. Food. Body hates red meat. Oh shit. So chicken and pork are fine. Bad take. Not onision. What is that? Onision. What? You don't like hamburgers? Love hamburgers. If you get one, oh, it has to be thin. Wait, pork is red meat? Oh man, so all that advertising was full of shit. Pork, the other white meat. They were lying to us. Can do chicken, turkey, and fish. Yeah, I thought pork was white. but unhealthy. Yeah, like it has a lot of salt or something. I don't know. Didn't know it was considered red. So sad can't do pork tenderloin without pain. Oh shit, that sucks. It actually hurts to eat. Yeah, that's crazy. Wait, how did I get up there? Oh, okay. Now I know. Oh shit. Alright, let me get the hell out of here. Yep, it's red meat. Damn. Can't believe all those commercials were lying to us. The government lying to us? Unbelievable. No. Oh, that was my last one. Son of a bitch. Switch it with beans. Switch pork for beans. You guys know that the rice and beans on? I like rice and beans. Oh shit, what am I doing? Wasted too much time. Duck. Beans are good. Song goes... Oh, the song?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want
Song goes, take me to your mama's for dinner, take me to your mama's for rice and beans. No, I don't know that. Government and its lies. What? Crunchwrap burrito, but replace everything with veggies. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much what you gotta do if you want vegetarian Taco Bell. That's pretty funny. These dogs bumping into each other. Oh, I gotta make him go the other way though. Go over there. Go bump into that one. Ah, shit. Nope. Ah, damn it. They just don't do what you want them to do. That sounds lit. So many people have said you should be a vegetarian now. Oh, but you're not? Kind of thought you were maybe leaning towards that. Oh, but you still eat fish and all that. Fish is a vegetable though. It's not real meat. Don't eat red meat because you're on a diet and still enjoy life. Somehow. Barf is experimenting with Lagopus sound. You had a child, now it can't have red meat. Wait, because you had a child? What the hell? That happens? Why he took that ability away from you? Fish is a vegetable? Yeah, I saw that in The Simpsons or something. I think it was Homer. He said, what? We can only eat fish? But I don't eat vegetables or something. Move it, dog. No. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh. Oh man, I didn't think I was gonna alert him. Whoa. Yeah, after you had your son is when you started having stomach pain with red meat. Damn. I didn't know that could happen. That's pretty fucked up. Do you tell your son? You're the reason I can't eat red meat anymore. Wait, did I do those? Fuck, I'm so confused with this now. Shit, it looks like I did. Cleared out everything. You did not either, but you see no other reason for it. Yeah. Oh shit, the doctors didn't tell you if that was the reason? Then your kid was born with a rare power. And let's say Tick got you and you didn't know. Oh shit, ticks can do that? Fuck. Remind me never to go to the woods ever again. Okay, yeah, everything's clear. Shit. 14 to go. Oh man. Shit, it might be easiest to do it from up here. Wait, fuck you, what? God damn it. Oh, he just fucking is alert as soon as I see him. Okay, shit. Oh, fucking bush. This fucking game. Jesus Christ. I don't even know what was I missing. Shit. Calls for his best friend now. There's a tick out there that some people get bit and then can't have red meat. Didn't ask any doctor about red meat issue now and why it's a thing. You made your own connections. And it's meat in general. Yes, a tick bite can cause a serious allergic reaction that makes it difficult to eat meat. Damn. Yeah, never knew that. Yeah. You had the same thing with milk? Didn't drink milk for years because you were cutting and never seen milk necessary. Then when you got off diet milk, off your diet, milk made you throw up, and you found out it takes 2 cups of milk to make you throw up. Damn. Yeah, I don't really like milk anymore. Used to drink it and eat cereal with it, but yeah, now it's all about almond milk. Lactose intolerant. Don't do dairy. You know what? I swear everyone is. I think everyone is lactose intolerant, but people just pretend that it doesn't affect them. Don't do dairy anyway, except a little cheese. Idea of drinking milk makes you nauseous. You love oat milk? Yeah, oat milk's cool too. I like both of those. Oat, almond, either one's good. Oh shit, why does that one send me up? What the? Damn, I think I probably screwed up already. Lost too many lives. Oh no, that was my first one, but still, fuck it. Wanna do this with as many lives possible. I wish they gave you free lives in the game. Some extra lives. We are the only mammal that drinks milk all our life. Other mammals stop when they don't need breastfed anymore. Yeah, and we're the only animals that drink milk from another animal. So that's fucked up. That's not right. drinking milk from a cow, it should only be your mother's milk, and that's it. And only up until a certain age. You like any milk that doesn't make you shit your pants? Love milk, and it helps tamp down on your acid reflux. 100% agree. Yeah, yes, that too. Yeah, no pants shitting milk, please. None of that. Oh, oh. No. Especially what we do to cows, poor things. Yeah, we kind of treat cows like crap. All animals, really, cows and chickens. They suffer the way they live just to become our food. God help you if you become a cow in your next life. Not gonna be fun. Oh, unless you're in India, then you're a god. Has anyone ever went cow tipping? No. Visual, you have? Seen it in movies, but never actually seen it happen. I seen it an attempt, I think, on Beavis and Butthead, but I think they couldn't do it. Oh, you haven't? You haven't gone cow tipping? I don't think it's a thing that's possible, is it? Nobody's ever gone cow tipping. It's a myth. Even monkeys get put in labs. Have not gone cow tipping. Yeah, but if you're a cow in India, you still have to deal with the trash and dirty streets. Basically homeless. I mean, cows live in nature. They don't need a house. How did I do this last time? Alright, get the hell out of there. Oh. You're gonna go up to a homeless man and tell him we used to all be homeless before the man invented homes. Just for you guys to be homeless. Yeah. And he'll either feel good about that, Or he'll punch you in the face and rob you. You you don't know there were homes of some kind throughout early history? Those, you know, those M&M tube things? Oh wait, what did you say? Did you know you actually came up with a really good idea for self-defense? Oh, M&M tube things? Yeah, many M&Ms come in those tubes. Before that? Yes, that. Yeah, I remember those. Do they still sell mini M&Ms? I don't think I've seen them in a long time. Oh, you can. Fucking. Thought the other dog would run. God damn. These dogs are driving me crazy. Oh shit, no. Oh, there's my chance. No! Fuckers. I don't even care about that time thing. Fuck it. Yes, you could fill it up with fentanyl and throw it at someone's face when needed. Those tubes of mini M&Ms are better than other M&Ms. They still make them? Oh shit. Yeah, I haven't seen those. Oh wait, now how do I get back without fucking up? Oh shit, okay, thank God. Oh yeah, this one sends you up. So we gotta watch out for him. Oh no. Damn. Aw, you son of a bitch.
Do what you want. Pull the plug.
Cheeseburger. Everyone's so nice in this village, but they have the most aggressive, meanest dogs. Yeah, and like 1,000 of them. Oh my god, come on, don't fuck it up. Holy shit. I don't know why I panic and then I destroy everything. Son of a bitch. You don't know, they go after the Grinch, rather mean one. but what about Max? He's nice. He works for the Grinch, but he's a nice dog. 5-5. Could this be the final level? Oh shit, I thought he was gonna go wild. Oh shit. It was Barf's Dream Easter egg. Wonder why that poor dog still has to wear the reindeer disguise. I don't know, I guess we're still in the middle of stealing presents. It's a huge operation. Type AWU. Oh no. Nowhere else to go. Oh shit, no, fuck you. Oh no, god damn. What the hell? And it's like my last life too, shit. Oh no, you sneaky son of a bitch. Damn. Yeah, maybe this is the final level. Oh shit, wait, what? That's not a way to go? What the There's no trees blocking there. Did I not go that way? Holy shit. Oh, there's a fence. What am I looking at? Shit. Okay, fuck it. Start over. Type AWU? Or what? Easter egg of some kind? What are you talking about? Oh shit, they're out of sync? Shit. Looked weird to me. Shit. One dog drops, the other doesn't? What's going on? Oh shit, it happened again. Uh-oh. Oh no, damn it. Get over there. Oh shit, what? I'm doing the same thing. Fucking
Mygadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Damn, is that video kind of quiet? Could kind of just barely hear it. This what you're talking about, Awu? A grouse? Your value mixer for your browser might be low. There you go, I raised it up. This depends on what videos is showing. Some have loud volume. Peanut. Okay. Oh, ads are starting soon. Okay, time to go on a break. Take a little break here. Enjoy some Raven. And back. Let's see, did I miss anything here? Just the dance party. Okay. Here we go. Where am I? Okay, down there. Oh shit, wait, what? That one sends me back? I thought the top one sent me backwards, what the fuck? Damn it. Okay. Oh no, fuck you, damn it. Oh, thanks video, yeah. I said, hey Savage, be watching, brother. Not mentally well. Oh, okay, no problem, Savage. But thanks for checking in. Let's see, give you a shout out. The Savage. There you go. Blaster Master. Love that music. Classic music. Oh, that was just for the time. Okay. Oh no. Shit. I don't like when they're different. Oh no. Crap. Oh wait, did I go over there? That little house? Oh no, okay. No. Damn it. Ugh, should just let him walk. Oh, fuck. Can't believe there's still 26 yet. Okay, take the bottom path. Oh no! Fuck! Ah, I gotta remember that fucking dog. Sneak attack dog. Alright. Gonna go straight for that one, cause that one's bothering the hell out of me. Oh shit, what the? Ugh. Can't be too careful. We'll get through this. We'll get through this game, god damn it. Oh no, already fucking up. Okay. No. Oh. God damn. Should fucking burn that into my memory. That sneak attack, goddamn dog. Holy shit. Oh man.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Mayday!
fucked up.
Mayday, Billy! Send back up! All units come to this bar! Go!
Shout out to Mouse. No, what the fuck? Oh shit. Damn. That was fucked up. That's a rare clip. Yeah, that was one of the first movies you put on. That was that Chuck Norris? Chuck Norris, right? It had one of those forgettable ass titles, something Heat. Oh, Silent Rage, yeah. Yeah, it's fucking shitty title. Should have been like the Terminator or whatever. Like the movie said it was the inspiration for the Terminator. And a bunch of other movies too. This movie inspired The Matrix. Believe that shit? It inspired Star Wars. Yeah. That was like the third movie we watched. Don't remember the second one. First one was Mac and Me. Wait, where was this like? Oh, just a hiding spot. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I forgot what level I was in. I'm still in this one. Shit. Oh wait, I did this? Okay, so I did both of those shits. Run. No. Oh! Oh, that piece of shit. Did not move. Fucker. What? Oh man, I fucking let him stand up. Goddamn. And this, wait, the second movie was Ratatouille? What? Shit, really? That's so crazy. The fuck? I thought Ratatouille came out, I mean, you put it on way after. Damn, 18? Are they all in this cave? Nope. More, son of a bitch. Oh, I'm doing that shit again. Wait, did I go over here? Oh shit, no. Remember we watched Ratatouille, then Silent Rage? Wait. Oh, okay. Second movie, Ratatouille, then Silent Rage the third. And wait, so that was 4 movies? Damn, what the fuck? I forgot we watched 4 in a row. Shit. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Shit. Oh. Fucking insane shit. Why did I jump? No, oh you motherfucker. Damn. That piece of shit. Seemed like he just turned around randomly. Shit. Oh my god. Shit. Fucking piece of crap. Alright. I guess that couldn't be the last. Planning on doing something with Mouse Fitzgerald. Christmas. Think you're gonna put on Barnyard Christmas, Ice Age Christmas, and Adam Sandler 8 Crazy Nights. Grinch decides to make a sled. Oh shit. We're doing the sled part. He rifles through his bins of collected junk, throwing odd items over his shoulder. But I don't have the parts I need. I'll go check the junkyard, and the sooner the better. Ice Age Christmas. You got it at Goodwill for $2 a while ago. $2. So it's 30 levels, I guess. Each one, yeah. So this is a 26. A 26 level. Oh shit, I'm the Grinch again. Shit. This shit looks hard. Yeah, man. It's supposed to be a 20-minute game or whatever, and I'm over here struggling shit for like 10 hours or something. Kids game, they say. What the fuck? Grinch has some crazy powers. Oh shit, what are these? Robots? The fuck? Did robots come out in a movie? Some weird shit. One more part. Alright, hey, this level was easy compared to the others. What's up with that? Suddenly give me an easy one? Yeah, 10 parts. That's like a beginner level. Now it feels like a kid's game again. Found out recently you got a Ninja Turtle game based off that new movie. It's 10 hours long. Sounds pretty good. I know they like to make newer games super long. Oh shit, got me. But that 10 hours doesn't sound so bad. Especially if it's fun to play, then hell yeah. Don't mind that. Did you like what? Cthulhu Saves Christmas? Oh, I wasn't even really paying attention to the game. Like, something about RPGs, I just don't really focus on them. I don't know. Like, who was it? I think Vidya was saying he doesn't like them either. Kinda agree with that. Kept skipping dialogue. Yeah, see, if you're skipping the dialogue, that kinda says you don't like RPGs either. Shit. Because the whole point is to find out what's going on in the story. If you don't care about the story, then might as well skip that game. Damn, I'm definitely missing something. I missed some parts. Damn. Oh, I was there? Okay. What's this? Oh, hiding spot. Damn, these robots are crazy. I don't remember any. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Jarrett. Don't remember fucking robots? Yeah, I was just thinking that. What the hell are these robots? This shit never came out. Oh shit, 4 more. Okay. Man, where are they? The garbage cans? That would be weird if they're in the garbage. Uh-oh. Damn. No, it doesn't seem like there's anything you can do with those cans. Holy shit. There's a left cave and a right cave. Oh, they both go in the same place. There's a left tube, a right tube. Oh shit, back here. Okay. Okay. So... an exit, bottom left. Hopefully that's what I need. Yes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Get out of here. Fuck. Oh, damn, okay. Oof, there we go. Got him. I wonder if this game ends with the same ending as the movie and the cartoon, all that. Because it seems like he's gonna just escape on his sled. Steal all the gifts. Oh shit. Oh. They made this one just like a confusing maze. That's what makes this one tough. So the first tube. Sticking to the left. Oh shit. Hey Notorious, thanks for that. Giant dead baby Huey. Oh, thanks Macus for doing that. What the hell looks like Notorious playing Power Rangers.
The webs seem to be losing density. It's like
Power Rangers Elden Ring shit. Okay, this place is empty. Welcome in, Notorious. Thanks for that. What the hell is that called? Big Mama's house? Did you like Charlie the Roach? Oh, that one? That one was funny. I like that one. I wish that you stuck to that game. That was a pretty funny looking game. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn, okay. Six more parts. Oh, damn. Think might continue that one. Yeah, see if we could, cause that one like had a sense of humor. It was pretty funny. Didn't know you know Jarrett. Oh, yeah. Think he started jumping in here a month ago or something. A little while ago, so he's kind of new to the chat. You met him a long time ago, back when you first started streaming. Oh shit. He's the one that introduced you to Hulk's musical career? The Hulk has a musical career? What? Oh shit. Nope. And two more. Oh shit, 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. Oh man. Fuck, I knew that was gonna be risky. Alright. Go away, robot. And collect these things in peace. Oh, Hulk Hogan. I'm picturing the Incredible Hulk with a guitar. He has an album? Okay. Shit. Wait, does he actually play an instrument? I've seen him like pretending, or at least it looks like he's pretending to jam out on a guitar. Good job. Was that the final level? 6-4. He raps and sings. Oh shit. Yeah, that sounds fucked up. Oh shit. Aw, damn. Mission failed. He fakes the guitar. That's what I was thinking. He's just pretending when he's in that video or the opening for his theme music or some shit. I am a real American. That song. Fight for what's right. I like that song, but I know he's not singing or playing anything on it. Oh my god, what the fuck? Ah. Damn it. Even Seagal has an album too? Have one of those redeems for a YouTube video? Yeah. Post it in your Discord. Oh, okay, yeah. Either way. Yeah, there's a redeem for videos. Boom. Got her. What? Oh shit, it's a secret tube. Which leads to nothing. Yeah, big waste of time. You like Real American, the Hulk Hogan's Good Guy theme? American Made is very underrated. It's not. Oh yeah, I don't even know that. What is that? American Made? Not well known. Oh damn, where am I going? Damn, one piece? Barely? Oh shit. My timing was way off. This level's
video
Gonna be a pain in the
_fam
ass,
just
I bet.
redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Alright, so go here. And here we go. Thank you. I'll appreciate it. Macca's going to send you something in a minute. Oh. Yeah, never heard that. Didn't know he had another theme song.
Notorious MFT just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Could already hear that fucked up disc or I mean record scratch. That's gonna be his style. Holy shit. What the fuck was that song about? Beach Patrol. His show Thunder in Paradise? Or his video game Thunder in Paradise? You think so? I don't know what the hell is going on. You better watch out for the Beach Patrol. You can look, but you can't touch. Trust me. Or else you gotta deal with the Beach Patrol. Oh shit, damn it. So the Beach Patrol will arrest you for touching girls or something. I think that was the idea. But they also want to party. So which is it? Party or arresting people? You'll have to deal with these pythons, brother. It was about the Beach Patrol and Hulk Hogan getting cucked by a lifeguard. Yeah, some kind of crossover with Baywatch. Boom. Alright, that's how you deal with that. Oh shit, damn it. Shit, these fucking characters just do random shit. Oh no, fuck you, god damn it. No, oh man. This sucks. Oh, fucking dog biting the Grinch's ass. Oh, I forgot about making snowballs, damn. Marcus likes the song. Oh shit. She blocked it. Okay, snowballs. Gotta make snowballs. Kill everybody. We are the Beach Patrol. Gotta party, party, party. Damn. I don't know what to do. Oh, why did I go? Oh, shit. Man, they're so fast. Uh-oh. Damn it. Oh, ads gonna start up. Okay. Oh no. Alright, let me start those ads. Let's see what Frosty says and shit. In the shadowy corners of retro Grinchmas, a dance of emotes unfolds. Videos echoes through the chat like prehistoric party. Meanwhile, McDonald's brews a pumpkin spice storm. Oh, 'cause the pumpkin emote. Notorious drops links and laughs with, while Omega spins a tale of beats and brained cats. What? As the night deepens, whispers of Hulk Hogan's beachside betrayal ripple through Kappa indeed. Oh no. Shit. Oh my god. Almost got me. Oh, I didn't make enough snowballs. Eat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn. Fucking. Holy crap. Oh shit. Nope. Oh no. Damn. I thought he was gonna run back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, I need all the snowballs. Get past that. Guess what? I don't know. Shit. Could be anything. You got a new game? Oh shit. Oh, what happened? Fuck. Oh, you got a chicken sandwich. Damn, that sounds good. I'm starting to get hungry again. Gonna have to get something to eat. And take a good 20-30 minute break. Keep thinking these games are gonna be fucking quick and easy. Especially the Grinch. Thought the Grinch was gonna be a piece of cake. Oh shit, I don't wanna go down there. Nope. Do that. Wanna go top side. Damn, wasted all the snowballs. Shit. Should knock out this one. And then hopefully, yeah, knock his ass out. Where does this go? Ah, damn it. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger what? Yeah, after you end later on tonight, might do a stream, maybe. Yeah, continue that game if you can. That funny looking cockroach game. Cheeseburger, watching a movie you don't recognize. Oh, yeah. Let me actually see who went off that I was lurking. They stopped streaming, a few people, so Barf is on. And Hollow is on. And who else? Cheeseburger, okay. Yeah, damn, a lot of people went on. Okay, leave a lurk for Barf. Hello? And cheeseburger. Oh yeah, he's watching Beetlejuice Part 2. I see it now. Wait, oh, you haven't seen Beetlejuice 2? You don't recognize? Oh, you didn't really? I guess you haven't seen any of the Beetlejuice movies, right? Yeah, Beetlejuice. Your name, Jeff? Watching more movies with Grandma Macas? They're gonna do both Just Popped on Max. Forgot they made a second one. Yeah, that was like 2 months ago. You forgot about it. Weird, haven't seen it. Excited, heard it was okay. Yeah, some people say it was pretty good. I gotta finish watching it. I saw a good chunk of it, but didn't go back and finish it. Excellent, can't wait to hear about you and Grandma Macas watched Hostel.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Let's see. You showed her Big Lebowski? Yeah, I remember that. She went, Macus is stupid, and went in the other room. This is stupid. Yeah. She didn't like it. Not a grandma movie. Yeah, it's stupid, but it's funny. Yeah. What is that, a Dunkin' Donuts? Yeah, it looks like Dunkin' Donuts, right? Yeah.
What? 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 What?
What? What? What? What? Oh shit. Oh fuck, I forgot to make the snowballs. Shit. Wait, which way do I want to go now? Second one was bullshit, I think. This tube. Yeah, that sucked. Okay. Showed her Dude Where's Dude Where's My Car with Ashton Kutcher, and she said that was a waste of an hour. Yeah, actually she's right about that. I didn't like that. I kinda hated that shit.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed.
Dude Where's My
Choose a
Car?
short
That
YouTube
movie
video.
can go to hell. Hey Derp, welcome in. Gangly ass walking cycle, yeah. That's the Grinch for you. That's how Jim Carrey walked, right? Is this quiet? Okay, here all the clips sound quiet.
Speedrun strats
to me.
all the freaking way. I ran right into Banjo. That was perfect.
You didn't like it
Oh
either,
my
Macus?
God, someone
Yeah,
clip
it's
that.
kind of a shitty movie, really. Like, I don't think Ashton Kutcher's funny, so that kind of kills the whole movie right there. No problem, Derp. What is that, a bum? Messing with the bum? You think you have that movie on DVD, but you never watched it. Damn. That's kind of like Macus. He buys a lot of movies and hasn't watched them yet. And one smoke for head.
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah! Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
How come she doesn't leave? Think that's a steal? Yeah. That's a hell of a steal.
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah! give me a hell yeah!
Everlasting hell.
I said, give me a hell yeah!
Oh shit. Oh cool. Fuck them. Let them knock each other out. Alright, down here I think this is what I was supposed to do. Run around. Oh shit, yeah, stop. And what's in here? Stand. Still got a bunch more to go. Four more. Shit, I don't know where those could be now. Pretty much out of time. Oh shit, yeah, there's a lot to do over here. Looks like shit. Oh, there. Wait, that's just two. Fuck. One second. God damn. Oh, that was the last life, of course. Son of a bitch. Yeah, out of time and last life. Yes, I'm just figuring out this level at the gym, doing cardio, or what is that? Car 6. Oh no, no, fuck you, dog. Ah, you piece of shit, dog. Gonna start over again, cause fuck that. That was terrible, losing that life. Shit, you got a Frito. Wait. Oh, you forgot to get Fritos. But you got your chicken sandwich, right? Bum bum bum.
Hey, does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee?
What the fuck is going on, man?
Do you want coffee?
Hey, listen, you're fucking...
I just made coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants? Buddy, do you want coffee?
I need that, man. I need that to
Do you want coffee? I just made coffee. Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? 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 Do you want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
Oh, why did I do that? Fuck. What a mad lad. Move it. Okay. Oh, fuck. Shit, what the fuck? There we go. What? Is this really just empty? What the fuck? That's bullshit. What a wasteful area. Oh, nah, this is, yeah, Game Boy Color. But yeah, it looks like it could have been. Could have been on the NES, really. Thought it was NES because of the border. Oh shit, yeah. I just left that on because it fits on the sides. Move it, robot. Boom. Alright, is there 8 more on this side? Oh shit, almost got me. Oh shit. Run, run, run. Oh shit, how did I do this? Fuck. Damn, I don't have a plan for this. Oh wait, I know. I think I should dodge this. Oh hell yeah. There we go. Boom. Then fuck it, I'll take this again. 4 more. Do you know there's Arthur Game Boy game? It looks too vibrant to be an NES game. Yeah, I think you're right. The colors are super bright. They're in your cave now. Yeah, some fucking crazy cave. Yeah, the robots, I guess, invaded the Grinch's cave. They just announced NES and Game Boy Tetris are coming to Switch. Damn, they didn't have that? NES and Game Boy Tetris? Did you see the new Tetris collection that came out, and it has Apple II Tetris? You want it? Didn't see it. No, yeah, the Grinch lives in a cave, so I guess, yeah, they followed him here. Oh, fuck. Oh, man, I keep forgetting to make more snowballs for this shit. Okay, I want to go down there. Boom. Holy shit. Oh, what the fuck? Shit, trying to keep my eye on everything. Fuck. Come on, dog, move. Fucking dog. The fuck? What the hell are you doing? Shit. Alright, snowball time. Oh, and the Thing remake, Shadow dropped. Yeah. I got the PS2? It was PS2, right? I got that. I want to check out the original. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh man. Holy crap. Gotta do it all over again. Oh shit. Yeah, I guess this is just for the snowball bullshit. Kind of a waste of time, but hopefully not. There we go. He knows. Oh, that's not snow. Oh, I guess we're inside the cave. Boom, boom. Oh shit, up there. Fuck.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short
There we
YouTube
go.
video.
Excellent. Alright, Macus, just wanted to make sure I got through that crazy shit. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. This shit looks fucking terrible. This is the Arthur game. Arthur's Absolutely Fun Day. The thumbnail looked fucking awful. Like, did a real company make this game? The graphics look like shit. Not that part, but when you play it, it looked like they couldn't draw Arthur right. Hey, music by Tommy Tallarico. The famous video game musician. The fuck, this just repeats over and over. That's the shortest roller coaster ever. The same one? What the hell? Free pass. What? Choose a level already. There you go, look at that. Holy shit. There's bass in this game. Oh shit, going for the crazy 3-pointer. Perfect shot. He can ball. But only 3-pointers. I guess if you're 5 years old, this game would be kind of fun. But this is a 30 or 28-minute game. There's another part. He's picking tomatoes or some shit. Pretty exciting stuff. You hope Arthur boxes his sister? They should have something with DW. Oh shit, skateboarding Arthur. Collecting garbage. Did you buy this game, Macus? You got it? Oh, were you here for the beginning of the stream, Macus, when I was showing your stream when you played that Rampage game? I watched like 20 minutes of you playing that game. Probably will get it. This is yeah, it seems like really Atari, like the music and the fucking graphics to a point, like better than Atari, but still kind of like that, super blocky and shit. Wish he had it autographed. Oh, now you're fucking making pancakes. Holy shit, the bullshit they make you do in this game. Bunch of random stupid things. What is even going on here? Pull up for precise seeking. Oh man, stacking books? What the hell? Damn. They really couldn't come up with any better ideas than this shit. Yeah, it looks like Mario Paint. All created with Mario Paint. All the PBS shows got really shitty games. This Barney Genesis and Sesame Street. Your ears. Yeah, having fun isn't hard when you have a library card. Damn, okay. Oh shit. They got air hockey. Most exciting game of air hockey. So basically Pong. They got Pong in here. Sea diving. Whoa, look at that animation. Holy shit. They did some smooth animation for Arthur swimming. You used to play that in the microphone? Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. Oh yeah, we should play beer pong. Make Arthur do that. The most random collection of mini games. Alright, go-karts or whatever. The end. End of that. The wave animation is amazing. Yeah, they put a lot of effort into little parts. Oh my god, back to that? The hell? Oh, it's repeating already? So I guess it's a game where you just try to get high scores in each little mini game. Now what the hell is this? Robot War? Oh shit. Test your strength. Too weak, Arthur. Arthur should get super drunk and punch his sister. BRB? Okay, PP. Arthur's fun day, more Arthur's ass day. Binky's your ass and Buster's your balls. You got the Pong RPG. Pong Quest. Oh shit, I didn't even know that was a thing. An RPG all based on Pong. The fuck? Squirt that target. Oh, there's DW. She won. No, Binky won, didn't he? Oh wait, no, I thought that was his balloon. Oh shit's close. Alright, Arthur wins. Oh shit. Some skee ball. Tommy Tallarico did a shit job with the music. Oh yeah. The music is kinda lame. The hell? Isn't he supposed to be like really good? One of the best video game musicians? Yeah, this sounds terrible. Any of the music that comes out. What the? Was that a clown? Oh yeah. Dunk the clown. What? Terrible shot. One of the few music L's, but one of many L's. Timing Tellerick. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he's famous for, but I heard his name thrown around so much. That one. There you go. And that's the final game, it looks like. One more? What's the true final game, Arthur? Okay, no, that was it. Pretty lame. You wanna see another Arthur game? He's done many video game
McDonald's
soundtracks,
gave me
worked with
diabetes,
Victor
just redeemed,
Lucas in
choose
the
a short
Electric
YouTube
Playground.
video.
Touted the Amico, which is M-I-A. Amico? What is that? Oh no, another one? Another Arthur? Is this a short video or is this like another 40-minute playthrough? Who did PBS get to make their games? Mattel? What? Mattel makes video games? Amico was supposed to be the new in television, but it was supposed to come out years ago. What the fuck is this dog shit? Oh, Arthur's in 3D in this one?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
2000, damn. PlayStation. This looks like a Pico game, but more advanced.
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
Oh man, they look fucked up. Oh shit. Bussy for the name. Searching for a will to live. Damn, they look so shitty in 3D. 3D Down syndrome. What the fuck? Loading, loading, loading. Fuck all that. Let's see the game in action. Alright, pretty excellent graphics here. Oh, man. So there's a lot of collecting and some minor racing here and there. Arthur's ready to race. Occasionally you race. Mostly collect shit. You know it's an educational PBS game and all, but so was Carmen Sandiego. This is based on a educational game, but the game itself is like kind of bullshit. It's not educational at all. It's just racing and collecting bullshit items. And bad CGI scenes. Awful. Oh, and loading times. About 30 minutes of loading screens. Tomato garden. Oh shit, you collect tomatoes in this fucking game too? What the hell is it with Arthur and collecting tomatoes? Was that part of the show? More loading? Fuck that. Let's see Arthur's final race. He beat the game. He looks like a bug in this. Bionic bunny cards. Got them all. 100%. Nope. Missing 3. The end. So now no one has to play this. Yay. The end. Damn, yeah, poor kids that got games like that. Feel bad for anybody that got any of those Arthur games for Christmas or some shit. Their birthday. When they could be playing the Grinch. The Grinch GBC. Damn. Oh shit, they gave me a chance. Okay. Oh shit, yeah. Oh, fuck. Forgot what my plan was there. Shit. You remember when you bought the Grinch? It was super cheap than other games. Oh, really? Huh. It's a quality game, so maybe it was too tough and people kept returning it or something. Like, this is too fucking tough for my kid. Fuck this. Trade it in for Arthur. Oh, fucking bullshit. Fuck. Damn, what the fuck? Got lucky there. Oh shit, no. Two more. Oh shit. Damn, wait a second, where the fuck? Oh man. Where the hell? What's missing? Fuck. The fuck? Shit. I don't know anymore. Remember getting Arthur PC game? Oh, Wendy's Happy Meal. Okay, yeah, like a floppy disk or whatever. Was it the second tube? Bam, it's not here. Holy shit. Fucking went every direction. Shit. Five seconds. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's here. No. I thought the third one just sent you back. Ugh, this fucking game. Oh. Boom, boom. Yeah, that sounds like something they used to do. Put a little floppy disk. Like even Chex Cereal did that with the Chex Quest, whatever the hell, the Doom clone. Chex Quest. I remember getting shit like that, but not having a computer to even use that shit on. So it was useless. We just throw them away. Oh, the Chex Quest game? Yeah, it's kind of cool actually. Pretty cool that they even attempted to make a game based off a cereal. Oh, no way. God damn. That fucking little girl, she like purposely stops at just the wrong area. Just to screw the old Grinch over. screw you over with that shit. Stand too close and then they don't... Uh-oh. Fuck. They don't move for some stupid reason. Oh shit, no. No, no, no. Fuck you! You bastard. Aw, damn it. Okay, shit. There you go, that's all I wanted to do. Then down here, fuck you. Oh shit, fucking dogs. Holy shit. Oh man, that's where I should just fucking go first, god damn. Shit. Holy crap. Oh shit. Okay, well, fuck it. I think safe now. Oh shit, what the fuck? Five, okay. 5 more. Want to see something shitty? Yeah, go ahead. More Arthur.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Much games. Another 2000 game from Mattel. Oh man. Nick Jr. So Mattel made a lot of Nick Jr. and PBS shit. The CGI looks better than that Arthur game. I can't believe they didn't just use the actor to do this. Is this a playthrough? Or just that? Oh no, it's a playthrough. What's the actual game? Is there a game? Okay, you walk and click on shit. Loading, loading, loading. Oh my god, from one loading screen to another. Holy fuck, this is nothing but loading screens. Yeah, this is total shit. Not even a game. It's just a bunch of episodes of Blue's Clues put together. Game of the day. Bum, bum. Yeah, that didn't look like you were actually doing anything. Whoa, shit. Fucker almost got me. 4 more, okay. had to get food from Food Max, but you were lurking. Oh, thanks. What kind of food did you get? I'm getting super hungry now. I gotta eat something in a little bit. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Yeah, I can't focus on the game, I think. I'm getting so hungry. Oh shit, there they are. The last two. Fuck. Yes. Alright, fuck this level. Got caught in asada chicken. Balsamic vinegar to make some marinades and stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah, that sounds delicious. 6-5. I think it's the last level. I'm hoping, but yeah, I gotta take a break. Break. I'll leave the YouTube watch later list, whatever the hell's on there. I think the Bigfoot movie's on there. One of those fucking 3 Bigfoot movies that people posted in Discord. Let's see. Watch later. Oh shit, this is cool. Yeah, forgot to put this on. Visual suggested this, so let's check that out. Little Weird Al. There's no way Bigfoot exists, right? I don't think so. But maybe.
Well, the workshop is gone now. He decided to bomb it. Everywhere you'll find pieces of Cupid and Comet. And he tied up his helpers, and he held the elves hostage. And he ground up poor Rudolph into reindeer sausage. He got Dancer and Prancer with an old German Luger. And he slashed up Dasher just like Freddy Krueger. And he picked up a flamethrower, and he barbecued Blitzen. And he took a big bite and said it tastes just like chicken. The night Santa went crazy. The night Chris Kringle went nuts. Now you can't hardly walk around the North Pole without stepping in reindeer guts. There's the National Guard and the FBI. There's a van from the Eyewitness News and helicopters circling round in the sky. And the bullets are flying, the body counts rising, and everyone's dying to know who Santa was. My. Used to be such a jolly guy. Virginia. Now Santa's doing time in a federal prison for his infamous crime. Hey, little friend, now don't you cry no more tears. He'll be out with good behavior in 700 more years. But now Vixen's in therapy and Donner's still nervous, and the elbow got jobs working for the postal service. And they say Mrs. Claus, she's on the phone every night with a lawyer negotiating the movie rights. They talk about the night Santa went crazy, the night St. Nicholas flipped, broke his back for some milk and cookies. Sounds to me like he was tired of getting chipped. Oh, the night Santa went crazy, the night St. Nick went insane. Realized he's been getting the raw deal. Something finally must have snapped in his brain. Whoa, something finally must have snapped in his brain. Tell ya, something finally must have snapped in his brain.
The parakeet. So beautiful, great to look at, and what a wonderful companion. But live birds can be a lot of work. Well, now you can share that beauty without the mess. With Perfect Polly, the singing parakeet. Perfect Polly is so lifelike, it's the world's perfect pet. And it never needs feeding. It's motion activated, so any movement makes Perfect Polly come to life. Watch as Perfect Polly's head moves back and forth, along with its tail feathers. And Polly's chirping is as sweet and beautiful as a real live parakeet. Get all the joy without the mess or expense. Perfect Polly will touch your heart and brighten any room in your home. It's actually life-size, and so amazingly lifelike, you'll almost believe it's real. In fact, even this live parakeet can't tell the difference. Enjoy Perfect Polly's company while you're making dinner or relaxing with a good book. Your entire family will love the fun you'll have with Perfect Polly, the singing parakeet. Perfect Polly even makes a great companion for your other pets. It's ideal for condos or small homes that aren't pet-friendly. And unlike real birds, you can turn Perfect Polly off with the touch of a button. Perfect Polly comes with its own perch, or Polly can just sit on your finger and serenade you. Live parakeets need a cage, food, and multiple accessories. That can add up to a lot of money. But Perfect Polly, complete with perch, is yours for only $14.99. Perfect Polly is also available in blue, red, or purple. Perfect Polly, the singing parakeet, is yours for only $14.99. So call and order your Perfect Polly now.
Waller here, Sub-C, checking on that system error.
I'm sending Joe down to help you out.
Wonderful. Hell of a system you got here, boys. Who's there? I said, who's there? Huh?
Hey, what was that? What? Man, we could get in big trouble for this. Just chill. Keep an eye out and trust me. Come on, baby. Dude, hurry up. Just a few more seconds. Ah, nailed it.
I don't want to hear it, Hal. DOE's all over us. We should have been fully operational 2 months ago.
Listen, Joe. System's barely out of the box. We're still working out the bugs.
Thing should have been running itself by now. You know that. What the hell? Hal, still there?
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I'm pretty sure I found our problem. I'm at the south end of sublevel C. Seems like this whole section is out.
Sub-C. Hey, Manny. We hear from Waller yet?
Waller? That loser? Probably jerking off.
Hal, are you there?
Come again?
Here's what I'm looking at. There's this gash in the ceiling. It's ripped through everything. Through the main power supply, the lighting, the security. It's all ripped up. How many people we got on board?
You, me, a few workers. Why? What do you got in mind?
I don't know. It's, I mean, we don't have the equipment for something like this. Look, you get on the horn and you have them send somebody over here right away to fix this mess. Got it. I'm gonna take a look around and I'll be up.
Man, we could get in big trouble for this. Hey, come on, baby. Hey! Awesome! What is it, man? Industrial strength blammo, dude. Come on, man, hurry up. Chill. Just keep an eye out and trust me.
Hold it right there. What in God's name do you think you're doing? Davey, I want you to get up to the surface right now. You tell your dad I'm going to be calling him.
Yes, sir.
Look at me! This was really stupid, Jess.
We were just trying to have a little fun.
Fun? Damn it, Jess. Do you realize there's a lot of damage down here? Come on, I gotta get you out of here before somebody else finds out about it. Come on, move. Listen, it'll just be a minute. Don't wander off, all right?
Hey! What's happening, Ed?
You staying out of trouble, Jesse?
Nope.
Ah, sure you are. Want to give it a shot?
What? Yeah, sure.
Take the reins.
Thanks. You got it. Easy. Sorry about that. Whatever you do, don't throw this lever up. It operates the automatic doors over there. 150 feet. Straight down.
The short must have worked its way to the CPU somehow. Crashed most of the system. Anyway, I got through the department before the network went down, and the repair crew will be here in a couple hours. Okay. I'll be in the mess. Just let me know when they get it. Another day, another headache. Huh? I'll see you over there.
See you later, Ed.
You're pushing it, Jesse. You know that.
Ed said it was okay.
Come on. Let's do it. Evening, Zeb. I'll take one of those.
Joe, how'd it go today?
Oh, all right.
Oh, those damn coyotes again. Every night. I'll be right back. After I beat the shit out of these coyotes.
You know, you could go to jail for what you did today, messing with those cables. This is a government facility, Jess. They don't mess around.
Cables, what are you talking about?
Look, don't lie to me. You realize the position this puts me in? I can't keep bailing you out forever.
I got something for you, boy. You little son of a bitch. Next time it's a shotgun. Oh, no. It's all right. I didn't know, Joe.
Well.
What was that?
Stay here. Zeb? Zeb! Zeb? Zeb!
So anyway, last night I'm hammering this girl, and things are going very well, and the phone rings, so I'm thinking on the other end it's my wife. So of course it didn't help the plumbing much. And of course it was calling my ass, waking me up at 4 o'clock in the goddamn morning. Holy shit, where's the maid?
Look at it this way, Monk. You could have just saved the whole world from another bunch of little yous.
Hardy har har. Well, all I know is they best be paying me some triple platinum overtime for this shit. What's up, Reed?
Oh, not me, that's for sure.
Yeah, what's this with the wake-up call?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
What's wrong with you, Monk? Your Guns N' Roses looking fit. You see this? You try that again, next time it's yours.
We're a little snappy this morning, aren't we?
No, we're a little tired of this shit, that's all.
Yeah, a little old for it, too. How you doing, Mom?
Good. How you doing, man?
Does anybody know what Ben wanted us to come in this early for?
All I know is he woke my butt up this morning and told me I had to come down here.
It's probably the usual.
Yeah, a bunch of college kids standing around with their peckers in their hands.
You're a real classy dude, Monk. You know that?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Everybody here? First of all, sorry for the early call. That's why you guys and ladies make the big bucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm rich.
Got a little problem out in the desert. New mining operations about 90 miles out. Major Tom McQuaid here is from the Defense Department. He'll be calling the shots on this one. Make the rules. Any questions you ask him. Major?
Yucca Mountain is a military-operated uranium mine. The running system is very sophisticated, very new. We've had our typical startup problems, fried drives, power surges. Anyway, last night it blew its load again.
So what's the problem?
Well, we're really not sure. Communication went down right after they called in, and we haven't been able to get a hold of them since. Now, normally, this facility is off limits to civilian personnel, but we're on a schedule, and your crew was the closest one available.
So what about the money?
Standard OT.
Surprise.
Look, I want this done quickly. I want it done cleanly. Our people seem to think the problem is in the hard wiring. We'll be taking radiation sensing equipment along just in case we have to go down. Don't worry, it's just a precaution.
Well, if your people know so much, then why aren't they pulling their asses out of bed?
You have a problem, I'd like to know about it right now. Because I don't like problems. What's your name?
This is Monk.
You have a problem, Monk?
No.
Because on this job, you will do exactly as I say. You will do nothing apart from the orders that I give you. Do you understand that, Monk?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Clock's ticking. Chopper's spinning. Let's get our gear on and get out of here.
You told his ass, Monk.
Let's go.
Who the hell does this guy think he is?
Our boss.
Contact control.
Roger, Nellis. 306 for visual ID. Will advise. Over.
Roger, 306, over.
Nellis Control, we've got visual. Over. Nellis Control, over. Yucca Mountain Operations, come in, please. Frequency disturbance?
Yeah, whatever. Just put it on the ground, please.
Turning on final. Party time.
Oh shit!
Yucca Mountain Operations. This is Major Tom McQuaid, Defense Department. Answer me, please.
Oh.
Yucca Operations. Is anybody in there? I want you to check out the entire area. Find out where the hell the staff is and get their asses back here ASAP.
Creep looking joint. No dice. Fried.
So what's next?
Well, there's one other thing I can try.
Hey! Works for me.
After we check the mess hall, why don't you go down and check the living quarters?
Whoa. Somebody didn't like the food, I guess.
You still want to check the living quarters, Monk?
Hell no, man. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Jesus Christ, take a look at this.
Oh, tell me that's not blood.
That's blood.
What the hell happened?
Ben.
Hey, look, you know, this shit is not our problem. I say we just get the others and get the hell out of Dodge pronto, huh?
Yeah. Let's get out of here. Wait a second. What's this? He's in shock.
Must have been here when it happened.
Question is, what happened?
System error. Okay, let's see here.
Check a schematic on this. Go into security.
Well, except for backup security and some of the emergency system, this shit is wasted, boss. What the hell happened here? Shit.
You know, it seems to me that you get more in your hands here than a systems error. What do you think? You got any ideas? I mean, this really isn't your everyday problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the problem. It'll be dealt with.
Okay, Major, we're really just a repair crew. I don't think we
Can you get that system running or not?
I'll give it a shot. Run a schematic on this.
Main menu's down, boss. You're gonna have to wad through every file. It's gonna take up a head.
Go on and backup security on it.
All right.
Hey guys, they found someone out there.
And it's about goddamn time, too.
This guy's a real prick. The more you stay with us.
Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Just leave me alone. Do all the work. I ain't scared. Yeah. Go do this, go do that. They run around in tunnels and shit.
She's in shock.
The infirmary's over here.
I found him in a mess hall. It's worse than I thought.
What? Talk to me. What?
I don't know. He's catatonic.
What happened?
Oh, the whole place, Ben. It's the administration, the living quarters. Everything's deserted.
What the hell are you talking about?
You heard the man. There's no one here.
Yeah, and it's worse than that, Ben. The mess hall is trashed. Something tore it to shreds.
Yeah, some serious shit went down there. I mean, there's blood, man. There's blood all over the goddamn
I'm
floor.
sure
What's up
he's
with that, McQuaid?
looking down.
But I couldn't get through.
Yeah, I'd say that one of your men
Change the channel, Marge.
We're talking serious cat.
Yeah, it's like the whole
Omega
crew
Mark is just
took
redeemed.
off, just
Change the
bugged out.
channel.
No,
March.
there's desert 80 miles around this place. The chopper's the only way in or out.
Oh, yeah? Well, we searched the whole place except for the kid. There's not a soul topside.
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
Alright. That was Carnosaur 2. Not as good as 1, I see. 1 was actually fun. Fun, stupid movie. This one, I don't know what the fuck. It was pretty lame. Whatever the hell is going on. It's trying to be like a low budget Aliens. Sucked. Who suggested that? Who suggested that movie? Damn it. Alright, the final Grinch level. I'm gonna do this before.
And here we go.
One Piece. Okay. Um. Piece number 2 somewhere. Nope, fuck you. Nope. Nope. Get away. Oh, she's... My kid's got one of the pieces. Oh shit. Wonder why those people needed a helicopter. Adrian, push it away towards you, put it away. No hell no later. Right? No, but it's a ripoff. $10 fucking pound. Give you that. Yeah, is that what the hell they were saying? I don't know what any of that shit means. From what I was hearing, just sounded like a bunch of fucking gibberish. 8 more pieces. You're bad. That was voice text talk. Somebody recorded you. Oh, okay. I thought that was actual dialogue from the movie, cause that's what it was like for me. I was like, what the hell am I listening to? None of it made any sense. Oh shit. 2 robots on either side. Fuck. Oh, they hit each other. Shit. Damn. That was my chance to walk away. Oh, fucker. Damn, woke up fast. Oh, and that's the end of that. What were they running away from? The Carnosaur? A giant, I guess it's like a T-Rex, pretty much. Cause that's what it was in the first movie. I don't know if this is a different one or what. It changed the way it looked, but it was like pretty much a T-Rex. It actually, the first movie is kind of famous for coming out before Jurassic Park. And yeah, pretty much telling like a similar story, but with a super low budget. It had to do with using DNA to create dinosaurs and whatever. Oh shit, I got both of them. Oh man. Oh no, fuck. Damn. Okay. Whew. Got lucky there. Like, yeah, Jurassic Park with a shitty, pretty much zero budget. It's funny too, cause I think the second one was even cheaper to make, and they even used footage from the first movie, like not only in part 2, but in the rest of the sequels, like 3, 4, I don't know how many they made, but they kept reusing footage from the first movie. Jim Carrey said he would consider playing Grinch. Oh shit, another Grinch and another mask? What? So he's not retired if he's talking about making sequels to those. Like what would they have to do for Jim Carrey for him to come back? What's the agreement? What would he even want? He's already rich. Rich as hell. Maybe if he had a full direction of the movie, full control. You think he does want more money? I don't know. I think he's like already so rich. He doesn't care. Played Mask's Nest and got inspired. They always want more money. And galaxy gas. What's galaxy gas? Sounds like a cool new drug. It's a new drug. I knew it. Oh, that fucking robot. God damn it. Damn, 5 more. Okay, time to take the tunnel on the left. I mean the right. That I missed. Oh shit. Nope. Oh shit, get away, girl. Fuck you. This tunnel. Oh shit, the dogs. 5 more. Fuck. This part looks dangerous. Oh hey Brady, you're back. Galaxy gas is flavored nitrous. Okay, yeah, it sounds like what it would be. Nitrous, you guess all the celebrities are doing nitrous. Interesting recall hearing Jim Carrey could not stand wearing the Grinch makeup and costume. They even got some military. Yeah, I heard of that. He had to work with a military guy to get used to the torch technique to teach him how to calm down and meditate. Yeah, because it was kind of like scary wearing all that shit. Made him feel like he was gonna suffocate. It's what people inhale and balloons. He said if they don't make him do the makeup, he'll do it. He'd do it what? So just him in a in a Santa suit, or what the hell? And what the hell would be the Grinch part 2 anyways? Galaxy gas is just a new way to do whippets. And it's flavored. We should watch Son of the Mask. You had that as a kid. Oh, you had that? What the hell? Who would get that movie? CGI his face. Oh yeah, maybe. They could do it like that if he wants to do that bullshit. CGI Grinch. Steve-O used to do whippets. It's crazy they had to get a military guy to train him. There's people and kids working in caves. Flavored whippets, now you've seen everything. And the flavors sound amazing. Oh man, these dogs. Taking the right. And not a good spot. Alright. Oh no, time. Oh, you fucking robot. You robot piece of shit. Oh, fuck, that's screwed up. 2 people in the way. They should turn the Grinch and Cat in the Hat special into a movie. Jim Carrey, Mike Myers. Yeah, so close. This game has a lot of close moments like that. 3 more, okay. So take the right here. Oh, ads in progress. Okay, right. And take the left here, I think. Damn. I know that dog was gonna see me. Oh shit, here we are. Ooh, 3? I mean, 2 only here? Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, fucker. Damn. Oh shit, he fucking blocked it. And there's nostalgia for Son of the Mask. Blue raspberry, blueberry, mango, watermelon, lemonade, vanilla cupcake, tropical punch, strawberry cream, and original flavor. That's from the Galaxy Gas website. Shit. Did you see they're doing a new Cat in the Hat animated movie? Oh no. I guess they gotta make up for the Mike Myers one. Oh shit. Oh no, fuck you, fuck. Oh man. Oh, where's the last one though? Shit. Hmm. Could it be that one? Probably. Yeah. Fucking robot. How dare you? If you think about this game's a lot longer than most games for the Game Boy Color, yeah, a lot longer. I think because of the difficulty. If the game was easier, then beating 30 levels wouldn't be so bad, but man, it's pretty tough. Oh shit, didn't go down there. Now all the dogs are ganging up. Hey, that fucking didn't hit him. Shit. Oh fuck, that guy. Shit. Oh wait. Shit, I feel like this is gonna be tough to do. Okay, got him. Alright, cool. Fuck him. Oh no. Ah. Damn it. It sucks that you can't just stay in one place when you want to shoot in a direction. He takes like a step. But I think I got everything on that side. Hopefully. Let's see, 5 more. Yeah, this should be it. I think there's 4 more somewhere over here. Shit, no. Uh-oh. Damn it. Damn. Hey, Necro, killing it. Yeah, trying to kill this game. Whoa. Oh shit. Oh my god, get down there. Fuck. Ah. Shit, that was close. Hey Jared, thanks for that. R2D2. Oh man, what the fuck? Oh fuck! Oh man. Okay, shit. Totally fucked that up. No fucking hell. Damn, this fucking game. Where are you going, robot? Okay, this fucking person. Don't go down there. Oh, you are. Fucking idiot. Oh my god, fuck. Oh shit, there you go. Fuck you. Yes. Ooh, man. Was that the final level? The Grinch laughed, a mean little laugh. And he made himself Santa Claus, a Santa Claus outfit. Oh shit, it's not over? And he laughed all the while at this great prank. It's time to steal Christmas. Wait, didn't we already do that? This is going to be... So what? Couldn't see that word. Oh no, there's more. Wait, now we're stealing presents? What the fuck? Oh shit, he's got the outfit now. The movie's on right now? Now the movie's on. Holy shit. Back to collecting a million fucking presents. Oh shit. And dead. This fucking game never ends. Oh, what? A key now? The fuck? Aw, get out of here. Alright, gotta figure this level out. Well, alright, come on. Oh shit. Oh shit, no, 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 fuck you. Oh my god, move it. Here's an extra egg. Take that. Alright. Woo! 7-1 completed. Oh man, you don't have any time to react. God damn. Oh shit. Shit. It's weird that the Grinch is a darker green. What the hell is that about? He switched. Oh, that's just a hidey hole. Alright. Snowballs. Snowball are yellow here? Yeah, I don't know. I think they're actually supposed to be rotten eggs or something. But they, yeah. Oh shit. I didn't open that? What the? Where's the green? Did I miss the green key? Shit. Where the hell? Oh shit, nope, nope, nope. Went too far. Where could that be? You like your version? Oh, there's a blue key. Oh shit, no. Alright, let her go. Oh shit. Get out of here. Whoa, fuck. Oh. Where are you going? Going this way? Oh shit. No, fuck. Damn it. What? Oh, there's the green key? Okay. Damn. Wait a second, this isn't lemon, this is piss. Is that from a movie? Sounds like something that came out in a movie. Oh wait, do I want to go this way? Oh no. Wonder what do the people in Who Field do when it's not Christmas? Oh yeah, true. Their whole lives are all about Christmas, right? Oh, no, wrong way. Alright. They probably just have orgies. Lots of orgies. Especially that Christine Baranski. that lady who pretty cool. Even in this level they added something new, keys. Mix it up even more. Boom. Oh shit. Oh, that was a waste getting all those eggs. Wait, where the hell do I go? Oh, shit, down here. Bam, another kid. Talking about piss, did you guys hear about the guy who does a whole bunch of stuff with his piss, like piss workouts, and then there's a ton of piss flying everywhere? Piss foot baths. His house is covered in his full bottles, and he puts piss in the back of a fan so he could have piss air everywhere because he thinks it gets him high. Gets him high? What the fuck? He's just a fucking lunatic. Sounds like those people from My Strange Addiction show. Oh, blue key. Okay. Blue door. Oh, you fucking little piece of crap. Please tell me you're taking a piss about this. Oh no, what the okay, fuck that. I gotta go over here, hide. Where was the last door? Oh, this was it, right? Oh my god, fucking move. Jesus Christ. Hell yeah. He even made a piss cake. Honestly, it's a very interesting guy. His videos are pretty funny, but it's just super gross. Yeah, what the fuck? He's a sick fuck. Yeah, that's a crazy ass fucking fool. Alright, there's Christine Baranski. Oh no, fuck! Ah. Shit. Oh, that was my last life, alright. I'm getting to know the layout. Womp womp. Yeah, it happened. Welcome in, McCurb. By the way, oh shit, damn. He is a sick fuck though. A YouTuber actually goes to his house and finds out it's 100% real too, which you could tell it was from his videos. Oh no. Okay, good. Damn, feels like I'm missing something. Where's the the other keys? Damn, what's up with that guy? He's fucking stuck there. Can't find any other key, what the fuck? Oh no. Fuck you. Did I go up here? Shit. Oh fuck, there's one. Shit. Damn, 12 seconds. And where's the green? Oh shit, there it is. Let me at least get through there. Shit. Get that key. Four seconds. Oh shit, not here. Uh-oh. Alright, fuck you kids. Chumps. Excellent. No, this game did get a lot. Yeah. It really amp up the difficulty as it goes. Oh shit, that guy blocking the path. Alright, 2 more. Woo! The Rock pisses in bottles? Why? Metal Grinch Salad does not fuck around. Nope. 7-5. Thanks, Vidya. Oof, is this the final level? Oh shit. Alright, no problem. Kinda glad I'm not doing the World 6 missions. I don't like all that maze shit. I like the more straightforward levels. Damn. Real rocks don't piss. He says he's too busy to go to the bathroom. He's fucking crazy. If he's too busy to go to the bathroom, does that mean he wears diapers too? It only makes sense. He should. Oh, fuck. Damn, I think I have to alert that lady. Shit, make those kids get out of there. Or alert one kid. There we go, that's good enough. He wears diapers so everyone can smell what the Rock is cooking. He's cooking fudge and lemonade. Tour the combo. Oh damn. 2 red doors. Oh shit. Oh no, fuck you, kid. Oh damn, green key. Oh shit, nope. Can't do that yet. Aw, fucking eggs. That's all there is here. Blue and yellow. Damn, so many red. Oh shit, I never got that. Oh yeah, cause fuck, another red door. Yeah. Oh, there's the yellow. Damn. The Rock also said he has a shaved head to generate power like a solar panel. What? What? Now I know you lying. The ultimate key. The red key. Oh no, fuck you. Get out of here. There's 60 left? What in the fuck? What? What? I haven't gotten a single one. Holy shit. Aw, that little shit. All 4 keys, yeah. Damn, so... Fuck, I forgot. What would be the best way to go about it? Shit. Not up there, I don't think. Not that way. I need the yellow key, but I don't know. Yeah, I need the yellow key for that. Blue key. Blue, blue, blue. Where the fuck is the blue? Damn, fucking switched up, little bastard. Oh, there's the blue. Oh no, fuck it. Hi out there, it's my Davis, me? Huh? Metal Gear Grinch? Don't you mean Metal Grinch Solid? Yeah, get it right. Isn't the Grinch real name Davis? I don't know about that. What the hell? The Grinch doesn't have an actual name? No, spoilers, Mikkel. What if his name is Davis? Full name could be Ethan Grinch, but he is often referred to as Mr. Grinch or Ethan, who, due to his adoption by Camilla and Rose.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh shit.
Okay,
hey,
little guy.
Welcome in. Much love and hugs.
Hey, what are you doing here?
What are you doing today?
Okay, little guy.
What's going on in the world of Lady Link? Hi, Sweet Mac. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's so nice. Oh man, time. Time's a wasting. Oof. I'm good. I think everyone's having a pretty decent time today. Good day. Oh man, where did I go exactly? Was it over here? Oh no, it was to the left. Come on. Oh, damn it. PP's good. Oh no, that was not the move. How about you? Have you seen the animation of the Grinch and he's listening to a fucked up version of his song? No. Oh, very sleepy, but okay. Yeah, it's getting late, getting pretty late now. For most people, this is late. Oh, damn it, wrong way. Oh my god, come on, kid. Jesus. Alright, the green key. Same, sleepy, PP, but can't sleep. Have not. It's gonna be Mecca's next video request. All four. Yeah, okay. Just looking for the green. There it is.
McDonald's Scared Media
that
Betty's just redeemed choose a short
guy that
YouTube
does
video.
those videos
Who
with
wants to play video games? Beano!
Emo? This looks like that one guy's animation. Yeah, Joel Haver. Okay. Hey, those. I'm a dog. Remember when we were talking about horror movies? Didn't know you were streaming one tonight. Your girl is scared of this? Of the Grinch? Of the Grinch? Yes. Go to church? He's not scary anymore. Hello, badass song. Who's scarier, Grinch or Max? I think Max is scarier right here. He's gonna jump. The eyes. Yeah, Max's eyes look kind of dead. The Grinch's ass. Look at those cheeks. What you mean, the Grinch's ass? That was the best part. Yeah, I didn't know they were gonna give him such a nice ass. It was a nice surprise. You don't see the Grinch in this game this game with that ass. Doesn't look that good. Grinch with a nice ass. So he has something else in common with Solid Snake. That's true, yep. Solid Snake, for some reason, really likes showing his ass off. What was that he was wearing that made his ass pop out so much? That was a crazy outfit. Oh no, no, no. God damn it. No. Just let me go. Oh no. Bad move. Oh shit, where is the... Damn, anybody see the green door? Where the hell's that? Oh, in the center. Shit, I forgot. Something going on here. There we go. Oh man, here we go. This is where all of these presents were hiding. Take out that kid. $28. Are there 28 in this room? Oh, you little mother. No. Who knew mixing Pac-Man, Metal Gear, and the Grinch together would make yeah, there's actually all three of those. Pac-Man, sometimes it feels like straight up Pac-Man. Metal Gear mixed with the Grinch. Lanky Kong one he did was funny too. Yeah, cause it was also another song that was making fun of the character. He's got a funny face. And the Curious George one is pretty good too. Oh, they make fun of Curious George. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Alright, I want to get the blue key from over here, I think. Oh shit, oh shit. Nope, that's no good. I want to start over. Yeah, oh yeah, he's dying in a bed. More horror. It sounds like it. Here we go. Naka's found it.
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I did see the thumbnail, I think, of this Curious George one. You gonna give you nightmares, lady? Oh no. Sorry. Gonna do that? This is fucked up. So much worse. I fucking hate this. Yeah. It's pretty terrible. You're more pissed now? Shit. Sorry, this video's making everybody feel bad.
I even know.
Going to sue your landlord? What? Basement flooded? Oh, fucked up. 5 huge boxes of DVDs and VHS tapes of your streaming desktop shit. Tons of new baby clothes, Sega Master System collection, and Sega Saturn. Damn. Oh, the Upside Down song. Yeah, I recognize it. Actual song from the movie. "2003, 2023. Ooh ooh ah ah." George. Shit, Mac, this gonna show us all these videos.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
No, God, no. Please, God, no. Guess he was too curious. 150-year-old house, we pay $1,500 a month for this. And he never told you it floods. Okay, yeah. Definitely sue his ass. I think you got that. You got that lawsuit, 100%. Sue that bastard, that landlord asshole. New desktop fucked. Damn. Yeah, that's a lot of damages. What the hell's going on here? They couldn't even finish it without laughing and shit. $2,500 desktop PC. Damn, big rip, yeah. That's fucked up. Makes him buy you another Sega. Yeah, makes him buy everything. Pay you back for all of that. so pissed and stressed, hoping. Oh shit, yeah. Careful with that. Don't want to go into a seizure. You do know in California, if you have a basement, which only houses have, they do flood if there's a lot of rain. Yeah, I heard that California doesn't usually have houses with basements. Oh my god, I hate that. Hate that freaking kid. Oh well, start over. At least you're okay, though health is wealth. It's been raining here for 2 days. Started freezing rain, then turned into just heavy rain. Only old house. Oh, okay. Huh. I wonder why they stopped building basements. Basements always seem kind of useful. You fucking hate the state of Maine. You've been there your whole life. It's time for a change. Oh shit, that was not good. Yeah, it sounds like Maine's giving you a lot of shit. Oh, motherfucker. He switched. Ugh. Hate that so much. Okay, I'm gonna cheat like this. Fuck that. Oh, those stupid eggs. So what am I looking for? Shit, I already forgot. Where's the blue door? Fucking waste. Oh, there we go. Shit. Oh man, on the complete wrong side. Fuck. Whoops. It's because they have foundation problems. Oh, okay. And in California, new houses are built on huge concrete slabs. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, earthquakes and all that. Be a different story if he And he told you it floods, but he never said a word. Apparently Half-Life 3 gonna be announced tomorrow. Oh, really? Oh, the awards are tomorrow? Didn't even know that. Maybe if you're not a dick to him, he'll just pay up and have to drag it out in court. If not, you'll have to fuck his wife. What? You hope Resident Evil 9 gets announced? Yeah, I think it's about time, right? Been a while since 8. A little while, anyways. Couple years. His wife is smoking. Oh no, fuck. Goddamn. Yet. You're older than your landlord? Oh shit. That's gotta be kind of annoying. Having a kid as a landlord. Grinch Game Boy remake getting announced tomorrow. Yeah, bang his wife. Oh, get out of here. Fuck. Jesus, man. You goddamn kids. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, alright. Didn't need to go here. Oh, there's the green key. That's what I need. You're playing Mario Rabbids 2? Oh, I forgot. Did you play the first one? Did you beat that? I think you said you didn't, right? You just skipped to part 2. Oh man, come on, kid. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay. Oh shit. Oh man. Holy crap, time. Oh man. Oh no, this girl's taking forever. Man, 2 is better. The first one's hard. Oh, you did beat it? I think the basements were only for emergencies like tornadoes. Two is way easier? Oh, that's good. I think, yeah, more people will get into it if it's easier. Oh, shit. God damn. Okay, well, time was gonna run out. Got all the keys. Alright, those 2. Trying to play it safe. Oh man, this is not good. Fuck all you. Shit. Oh my god. Oof. Oh, hell yeah.
I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We had to crap in the same creeper in the middle of the room, and I just told myself, I can't do this for 7.5 years. I want to kill myself.
7.5 years? What the hell was that? Knuckles had a weird accent. You streamed the first one long ago and your friend was trying to beat the final boss for you. He kept dying and went, how the fuck do you beat this? Next day you finally ended up beating Go Macus. Oh, thanks PP. Oh shit, I'm already losing track of which level I was in. Think that might have been 7-5. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully that was the last of the last. Yeah, I think that's the end of the story. Push up the tree. Push the tree up the chimney. The Grinch snatched the Christmas tree. Excuse me. Santa Claus, what are you doing with our tree? Oh shit. Remember when they gave Shadow 2 guns and rollerblades? Half-Life 3 getting announced tomorrow at Game Awards. Thanks, Vidya. GG's all around. Callisto 2. Yeah, Callisto. Definitely, we're gonna hear about Callisto 2. Thanks, Doze. GG's. Foam Stars 2. Santa Claus, what are you doing with our tree? The Grinch was clever and smooth. Damn, look at his eyeball. Holy shit. The Grinch was clever and smooth. He made up a story as quick as magic. My little angel. And the fake Santa made up his story. A light on this tree doesn't work on one side. So I'm taking it to my workshop to fix it. Then I'll be sure to return it to you. So the girl believed his story. He then got her a drink and put her to bed. Santa, don't forget the Grinch. I know he's mean and hairy and smelly. His hands may be cold and clammy, but I think he's actually kinda sweet. Sweet? You think he's sweet? The Grinch swallows. Cindy Lou smiles and nods. Merry Christmas. Nice kid. Lousy judge of character. Oh no, there's more? Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh no. The game that never fucking ends. Holy shit. God damn it. And I thought it was over. RE9 better be there. Bugsnack got a ton of good reviews. Bugsnack? Isn't that an old game? You want that shit? Wow, I did really good art for this. Yeah, they actually did some good little cutscenes or whatever. They did. Baby Huey PS5 tomorrow. You choose Game of the Year. Oh yeah, anybody could vote, right? Grinch swallows. Yep, that's what they said. Not yet. This is it for sure. Damn. I was planning on ending the stream right now, so fuck, I'm gonna have to save this hopefully last world. And save state this shit. Yeah, damn, this game taking me 100 hours. Alright, that should do it.
That's the sound of the police.
Oh shit, no.
That's the sound of the
We're still in the middle of this one.
That's the
What's
sound of the
going on?
police. That's the sound of the beast.
I'll have
That's the sound of the police.
to write that down. Home Alone,
Via
Game Boy.
sottolineatura Fam just redeemed time to play the game.
Damn. GB. Okay. Yeah, okay, I guess I got a game lined up after this. If I beat it tomorrow. That is for you to play another time. Yeah, Home Alone Game Boy. Is that one of the good Home Alones? Because I saw Janked Jesus playing the Genesis one, and he said it's actually good. So I was wondering if there's any other good ones. Alright, so let's go to end and raid out in a bit. Alright, find somebody to raid. It is a good Home Alone? Alright, cool. Good to know. Don't want to play another Fester's Quest Part 2. Addams Family Values. Don't want to be stuck on that for 100 days in a row. Let's see, who should we raid? Who's on right now? Oh. Friendly, yeah. Let's check out Upside Down Matt. It's been a while. You played the game. If you can beat it, I can beat it. Sounds good. DG is streaming. Yeah, DG's cool. Let's check out DG, I guess. Lagopus is streaming too.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus.
Alright, thanks everybody. Okay, doesn't like Matt. Is that right? Alright, well, see everybody over there at DG's. Let's raid out.